The Arctic holds secrets that refuse to give up their whispers. Across millions of square miles of ice and shadow, beneath Aurora-painted skies and endless winter nights, phenomena exist that challenge our understanding of what's possible. Ancient structures emerge from melting permafrost with no explanation for their presence. Ships vanish into white voids, leaving behind only questions that echo through decades of investigation. Civilizations that shouldn't exist leave traces in the most inhospitable places on Earth. Tonight, we're traveling to the edge of the known world, where science meets mystery and the impossible becomes quietly, persistently real. These are stories that unfold slowly, like ice forming over centuries, tales that invite you to drift deeper into wonder as we explore what lies hidden in Earth's frozen frontier. The Arctic doesn't reveal its secrets easily, but for those willing to listen, it speaks of things that defy explanation, mysteries that science has yet to unravel, and truths that exist somewhere between legend and fact. Let the cold, quiet mysteries of the North carry you into peaceful contemplation. The lost civilization of the Arctic, deep beneath Greenland's ice sheet, at a depth where sunlight has never touched stone. Researchers withdrew a core sample in 2019 that contained something that shouldn't exist: plant matter. Not just any vegetation, but the preserved remains of a boreal forest that once grew, where now only 2 miles of solid ice prevail. The dating results came back with numbers that forced climatologists to reconsider everything they thought they knew about Arctic history. This discovery emerged from the Camp Century Ice Core project, where scientists had been drilling into Greenland's frozen archive for decades. But this particular core, extracted from beneath the northwestern ice sheet, told a story that contradicted established geological timelines. The organic material suggested that vast portions of Greenland had been ice-free within the last million years, possibly even within the last few 100,000 years, where ancient forests had grown, where rivers had flowed, where life had flourished in abundance. The implications ripple outward like cracks in ice under pressure. If Greenland supported temperate forests when early human civilizations were already developing sophisticated technologies, then the Arctic wasn't always the frozen wasteland we know today. It was a habitable landscape, potentially home to settlements, communities, perhaps entire cultures that vanished beneath the advancing ice. Archaeological evidence from other Arctic regions supports this possibility. In Siberia, researchers have uncovered stone tools and carved artifacts dating back tens of thousands of years, far older than any known Arctic settlements. These aren't crude implements hastily crafted by nomadic hunters. They show sophisticated craftsmanship, evidence of established communities with time to develop complex artistic traditions. The Yana River site in northern Siberia yielded rhinoceros horn spears and mammoth ivory tools that date to approximately 32,000 years ago. The sophistication of these artifacts suggests not just survival, but cultural development. People weren't merely enduring the Arctic environment, they were thriving in it, creating beauty alongside utility. But the most intriguing discoveries come from underwater archaeological sites off the northern coasts of Alaska and Canada. Sonar mapping has revealed geometric patterns on the seafloor, structures that appear too regular to be natural formations. These submerged anomalies lie in areas that would have been dry land during the last glacial maximum, when sea levels were hundreds of feet lower than today. Marine archaeologist Dr. Elena Kozlov spent 3 years studying sonar data from the Beaufort Sea. Her team identified what appear to be foundation stones arranged in rectangular patterns, stretching across an area roughly the size of Manhattan. The stones show tool marks consistent with human modification, yet they rest beneath 300 feet of water in one of the most remote regions on Earth. Carbon dating of organic material found among these stones yielded dates ranging from 12,000 to 15,000 years ago, placing their creation at the end of the last ice age. As the massive ice sheets melted and sea levels rose, entire coastlines disappeared beneath the waves. Any communities that had developed along these shores would have been forced to migrate or face submersion. Traditional Inuit oral histories speak of the Tuniit, a legendary people who inhabited the Arctic long before contemporary indigenous groups arrived. These stories describe the Tuniit as giants who possessed extraordinary strength and built massive stone structures that still dot the Arctic landscape today. While conventional archaeology has attributed these stone arrangements to more recent Thule culture migrations. Radiocarbon dating of organic material associated with some sites suggests much older origins. The Tuniit legends describe a people who could move enormous blocks of stone with ease, who built underground chambers that remained warm even during the harshest winters, and who possessed knowledge of the land that allowed them to flourish where others could barely survive. Most significantly, the stories consistently describe the Tuniit as disappearing suddenly, either departing for unknown lands or vanishing into the earth itself. Geological surveys conducted across northern Canada and Greenland have identified extensive cave systems and underground chambers carved into bedrock. Many of these caverns show signs of human modification, walls smoothed beyond natural processes, chambers connected by deliberately excavated passages. The scale of these underground networks suggests coordinated effort over extended periods, the kind of sustained construction projects that require stable, established communities. Ground-penetrating radar surveys in northern Alaska have revealed similar subterranean anomalies. Dr. Bathasemeller subterranean anomalies. Robert Chen from the Arctic Research Institute documented chamber systems extending more than half a mile underground, with regular geometric patterns that suggest planned construction. Core samples from above these chambers contain charcoal deposits and worked stone fragments dating back over 8,000 years. The most compelling evidence comes from an unexpected source: genetic analysis of Arctic soil samples. Environmental DNA extracted from deep permafrost layers contains genetic markers from plants and animals that indicate sustained human presence far earlier than previously believed. These biological signatures suggest not just occasional hunting parties or seasonal camps, but permanent settlements with agriculture and domesticated animals. Research published in the Journal of Archaeological Science detailed the discovery of ancient grain pollen in Alaskan permafrost, varieties that don't grow naturally in Arctic climates, but which show genetic markers consistent with human cultivation. The presence of these domesticated plant species thousands of miles from their natural range implies trade networks, agricultural knowledge, and the kind of complex social organization associated with advanced civilizations. Perhaps most intriguingly, satellite thermal imaging has identified what appear to be artificial heat sources beneath the Arctic ice. These thermal anomalies follow geometric patterns across vast distances, creating underground networks that span hundreds of miles. Some researchers theorize these could be remnants of ancient heating systems, geothermal engineering designed to maintain habitable temperatures in underground cities. The picture that emerges challenges fundamental assumptions about Arctic history. Rather than a perpetually frozen wasteland populated only by hardy nomads, the evidence suggests periods of habitability that supported complex societies, communities that developed sophisticated technologies, built permanent structures, cultivated plants, and created artistic traditions that survived in fragments for millennia. Yet mysteries remain. Why did these civilizations disappear? Was their vanishing gradual, a slow retreat before advancing ice, or sudden, a catastrophic end preserved in legend? The Tuniit stories speak of departure rather than death, suggesting these people didn't perish but relocated, carrying their knowledge to unknown destinations. The ice keeps its secrets reluctantly, yielding clues in fragments and whispers, but each discovery adds weight to a remarkable possibility that beneath the Arctic's frozen surface lie the remains of humanity's forgotten chapters, civilizations that flourished in a world we're only beginning to remember. Arctic anomalous structures. Deep in the research labs of the European Space Agency, satellite analyst Dr. Marina Kowalski discovered something that made her question everything she thought she knew about Earth's most remote frontier. While reviewing routine Arctic imagery in 2019, geometric patterns appeared on her screen that defied immediate explanation. Perfect circles, precise rectangular formations, and angular structures emerged from the ice with mathematical precision that seemed impossible for nature to create alone. These weren't the chaotic, organic shapes you'd expect from glacial movement or natural geological processes. They were organized, deliberate, and they were massive. The structures Kowalski documented spanned thousands of square kilometers across the Arctic landscape, visible only from space due to their sheer scale. Some form concentric circles, so perfect they could have been drawn with a compass. Others create rigid geometric grids that stretch beyond the horizon, their lines maintaining unwavering straightness across terrain that should have distorted any human-made construction. What makes these formations particularly unsettling is their location. Many sit in regions where no recorded human activity has ever taken place, areas so remote and hostile that even the most determined explorers have never set foot there. Yet something or someone has left behind traces of apparent engineering on a scale that dwarfs our largest construction projects. The rectangular formations prove especially puzzling. Ground-penetrating radar reveals these aren't surface-level phenomena, but extend deep into the permafrost, some reaching depths of over 60 meters. The structures maintain their geometric precision even at these depths, suggesting whatever created them possessed both the technology and motivation to work on a truly monumental scale in some of Earth's most unforgiving conditions. Dr. Elena Vasquez, a glaciologist who has spent 15 years studying Arctic ice formations, admits these discoveries challenge fundamental assumptions about the region. Traditional explanations fall short when confronted with the structure's mathematical precision. Ice doesn't naturally form perfect 90-degree angles. Tectonic activity doesn't create repeating geometric patterns. Wind erosion doesn't carve concentric circles with uniform spacing. The timeline adds another layer of mystery. Dating techniques suggest some of these formations existed beneath the ice for millennia, long before modern satellite technology could have detected them. Others appear to be relatively recent, emerging as climate change alters the Arctic landscape. This suggests either an ongoing process we don't understand, or multiple historical events that left similar geometric signatures across vast spans of time. Several theories attempt to explain these anomalous structures, though none provide entirely satisfactory answers. Some researchers propose they result from previously unknown geological processes, perhaps unique interactions between permafrost, underground water systems, and magnetic fields that create these geometric patterns over extended periods. The Arctic's extreme conditions could theoretically produce phenomena we haven't yet documented or understood. Military explanations offer another possibility. Classified Cold War projects might have left behind traces of secret installations or testing facilities. Both Soviet and American forces conducted extensive Arctic operations during the 20th century, some of which remain classified to this day. However, the scale and precision of many formations exceed what military technology of that era could have achieved, particularly in such remote locations. More speculative theories suggest these structures might represent evidence of lost civilizations or unknown technologies. The mathematical precision and massive scale would require engineering capabilities that challenge our understanding of historical human development. If ancient peoples created these formations, they possessed construction techniques and surveying abilities that mainstream archaeology hasn't yet recognized. Recent discoveries have added to the mystery rather than solving it. Advanced satellite imaging reveals that some structures change over time, their boundaries shifting subtly between observations. This suggests they're not simply static remnants of past activity, but potentially active systems responding to environmental conditions we haven't identified. The most intriguing formations display apparent connections to astronomical alignments. Several geometric patterns align precisely with celestial events, winter solstices, magnetic pole positions, or constellation arrangements visible from Arctic latitudes. These alignments could represent intentional design features, though whether they serve practical, ceremonial, or unknown purposes remains unclear. International research teams have attempted ground expeditions to examine these structures directly, but Arctic conditions make such investigations extremely challenging. The formations often lie in regions accessible only during brief summer windows, and even then, extreme weather can force rapid evacuation. The few successful ground surveys have yielded tantalizing but incomplete data, evidence of artificial construction mixed with natural formation processes that suggest complex interactions between human activity and environmental forces. What we do know is that these structures exist on a scale that demands explanation. They represent either remarkable natural processes we haven't yet understood, or evidence of technological capabilities that extend far beyond what we've previously documented in the Arctic. The precision, scale, and apparent intentionality behind these formations suggest purposeful creation rather than random natural occurrence. The structures also raise profound questions about what else might be hidden beneath the Arctic ice. If formations this massive can remain undetected until satellite technology advanced enough to spot them, what other evidence might be waiting for discovery? Climate change continues to reveal previously hidden features across the Arctic, suggesting these geometric anomalies might represent just the beginning of a much larger mystery. As remote sensing technology becomes more sophisticated and climate change continues to transform the Arctic landscape, we're likely to discover additional structures that challenge our understanding of this remote frontier. Each new formation adds another piece to a puzzle that grows more complex rather than clearer with time. The Arctic's anomalous structures remind us that Earth still holds secrets, even in our age of satellite surveillance and digital mapping. These geometric mysteries create a bridge between the known and unknown, offering tantalizing glimpses of activities, processes, or capabilities that extend beyond our current understanding of what should be possible in Earth's most hostile and remote environment. The disappearance of the USS Cyclops. On March 4, 1918, the USS Cyclops vanished without sending so much as a distress signal. 306 souls aboard a massive naval cargo vessel simply disappeared. The ship was carrying 10,800 tons of manganese ore from Barbados, bound for Baltimore. She never arrived. What makes this disappearance particularly haunting isn't just the complete absence of wreckage or survivors, it's the pattern. The Cyclops belonged to a class of 4 identical ships built by the Navy between 1910 and 1913. Her sister ships, the Proteus and Nereus, would both vanish under eerily similar circumstances during World War II. 3 ships, 3 disappearances, 0 explanations. The official records paint a picture of a routine voyage gone impossibly wrong. Captain George Worley had commanded merchant vessels for decades before taking the helm of the Cyclops. His crew knew these waters. The weather reports from March 1918 show no major storms along their planned route. No enemy submarine activity was recorded in the area. No distress calls were ever received by any station along the Atlantic coast. But dig deeper into the Cyclops' final voyage, and unsettling details emerge. The ship had made an unscheduled stop in Barbados, ostensibly for engine repairs. Witnesses there described Captain Worley as agitated, making unusual statements about his cargo and crew. He reportedly told harbor officials that his ship was carrying more weight than recommended, but naval records show the manganese ore was well within approved limits. Why would an experienced captain lie about his own cargo? Then there's the matter of Lieutenant Commander Gottschalk. This German-born officer had been transferred to the Cyclops just weeks before her final voyage, despite mounting anti-German sentiment in the Navy. Gottschalk's personnel file contains concerning gaps. His previous assignments are either classified or missing entirely from Navy archives. When families of the lost crew members demanded investigations, Gottschalk's background became a focal point of suspicion. The search efforts revealed their own mysteries. Navy destroyers combed nearly 3,000 square miles of ocean. They found nothing, not a life preserver, not a piece of timber, not a single barrel from the ship's stores. Modern salvage experts point out that a vessel the size of the Cyclops, 542 feet long, displacing over 19,000 tons when loaded, doesn't simply disintegrate. Even a catastrophic explosion would leave debris scattered across miles of ocean surface. More troubling are the atmospheric reports from March 1918. Weather stations from Bermuda to Nova Scotia recorded unusual electromagnetic disturbances during the week the Cyclops disappeared. Radio operators noted interference patterns they couldn't identify. Compass readings at several coastal navigation stations showed unexplained deviations. The disturbances lasted exactly 6 days, then stopped as suddenly as they had begun. Dr. Elena Vasquez, who studied the incident for her 2019 doctoral thesis on unexplained naval disappearances, uncovered correspondence between the Navy Department and the Carnegie Institution's Department of Terrestrial Magnetism. The letters, declassified in 2003, reveal that government scientists were tracking anomalous magnetic phenomena in the Western Atlantic throughout early 1918. The project was abruptly canceled after March 15, No explanation was given. The families never stopped searching for answers. Sarah Palmer, whose great-grandfather served as the Cyclops' chief engineer, spent 40 years collecting testimonies from witnesses who were at Barbados during the ship's final port call. Her interviews reveal a consistent detail that never appeared in official reports. Multiple witnesses described seeing unusual lights following the Cyclops as she departed harbor on March 4th. They weren't ships. Palmer quoted one dock worker as saying in 1967, "Ships don't move like that. Ships don't hover above the water." The electromagnetic theory gained credence when researchers discovered that the Cyclops' cargo of manganese ore made her essentially a floating magnet. Dr. James Heinrich, a materials physicist at MIT, calculated that the ship's metallic load would have made her extraordinarily sensitive to magnetic field fluctuations. A sufficiently powerful electromagnetic event could have affected everything from her compass to her radio equipment to her engines. But electromagnetic interference doesn't make ships vanish completely. The Roosevelt administration quietly launched 3 separate investigations between 1918 and 1922. Each reached the same conclusion: insufficient evidence to determine cause. The files were sealed for 50 years. When they were finally released in 1972, key sections had been redacted. The censored portions remain classified today, more than a century later. Perhaps the most chilling aspect of the Cyclops mystery is how it fits into a broader pattern of disappearances. Naval historian Commander David Welsh identified 13 major vessels that vanished in the Western Atlantic between 1900 and 1950. All were cargo ships. All disappeared during periods of unusual electromagnetic activity. All left behind no wreckage. The surviving crew manifests from these ships reveal another disturbing correlation. Each vessel carried at least one officer whose background contained unexplained gaps or recent transfers. Each ship's cargo included materials with unusual magnetic or conductive properties. Each disappearance occurred during new moon phases, when natural electromagnetic conditions would be most unstable. When researchers plot these disappearances on a map, they form a rough triangle stretching from Bermuda to the Carolinas to a point roughly 400 miles southeast of Nova Scotia. The Cyclops vanished at the geographic center of this formation. Today, commercial shipping companies quietly avoid certain coordinates in the Western Atlantic during specific atmospheric conditions. Insurance companies maintain confidential databases tracking vessels that have reported instrument malfunctions in these waters. The information isn't public, but industry insiders acknowledge that something in this region continues to affect modern navigation systems. The families of the Cyclops crew still meet annually on March 4th. They gather at a memorial in Baltimore, the port where the ship should have arrived. They share new evidence, follow new leads, and refuse to accept that 306 people can simply vanish without explanation. Last year, the group received an anonymous letter postmarked from northern Canada. Inside was a photograph of what appeared to be a brass nameplate, partially buried in Arctic permafrost. The visible letters read, USS CYC. Nothing else. No return address. No explanation of how naval debris from 1918 could have reached the Arctic ice. The mystery of the USS Cyclops refuses to stay buried in the past. It continues to pull investigators deeper into questions that challenge everything we understand about the sea, the sky, and the invisible forces that move between them. The Vanishing Franklin Expedition. In May of 1845, Sir John Franklin set sail from England with 134 men and 2 of the most advanced ships of their time. None of them would ever return home alive. The HMS Erebus and HMS Terror were technological marvels, iron-reinforced hulls designed to crush through ice, steam engines to power through Arctic waters, and enough provisions to last 3 years. Franklin himself was no stranger to polar exploration, having survived 2 previous Arctic expeditions that had earned him a knighthood. The Royal Navy's confidence ran so high that they didn't even establish a search protocol. Why would they need one? The mission seemed straightforward. Find the Northwest Passage, that legendary route connecting the Atlantic and Pacific through the Canadian Arctic. For centuries, this had been the holy grail of maritime exploration, a shortcut to Asia that would reshape global trade. Franklin's expedition represented the British Empire at its technological peak, sent to claim what many believed was rightfully theirs. But the Arctic had other plans. By 1847, when no word had come from Franklin's ships, the first rescue expeditions began. What followed was the largest search effort in polar exploration history, over 30 separate missions spanning more than a decade. Yet for all their searching, the rescuers found only fragments, a few abandoned campsites, scattered equipment, and eventually, bones that told a story too dark for Victorian England to fully acknowledge. The breakthrough came in 1850, when searchers discovered Franklin's first winter camp on Beechey Island. 3 perfectly preserved graves marked the expedition's early casualties, but more unsettling was what the camp revealed about their final preparations. Tools lay abandoned mid-use, food tins scattered as if dropped in haste. Most disturbing of all, the graves showed signs of lead poisoning, suggesting their provisions were already killing them before they'd even entered the passage. Lady Jane Franklin, Sir John's widow, refused to accept her husband's fate. She funded expedition after expedition, offering rewards that would be worth millions today. Her persistence eventually forced the Royal Navy to continue searching long past the point where hope should have died. In 1859, a note was discovered on King William Island that finally confirmed what many had suspected. Franklin had died in June 1847, and the surviving crew had abandoned their ships in the ice. But that note raised more questions than it answered. Written by Captain Francis Crozier, Franklin's second-in-command, it revealed that the ships had been trapped in ice for over a year and a half. The remaining 105 men were attempting to reach a Hudson's Bay Company outpost hundreds of miles to the south, in the Arctic, on foot, hauling sledges loaded with supplies across terrain that had defeated teams of experienced explorers. What drove them to make such a desperate choice? The Inuit had stories. They spoke of encountering white men, thin, desperate figures hauling boats across the ice. Some accounts described crews so weakened they could barely walk, yet still dragging massive sledges loaded with items that made no sense for survival: silver plate, books, theater costumes. One particularly haunting account described finding a boat containing 2 skeletons, one clearly an officer based on his uniform, surrounded by silk handkerchiefs and scented soap, while human remains lay scattered nearby. These weren't the actions of rational men making calculated survival decisions. For over 160 years, the ships themselves remained lost, despite dozens of expeditions searching the Arctic waters. Then, in 2014, marine archaeologists found the HMS Erebus lying in shallow water south of King William Island. 2 years later, they located the Terror. Both ships were remarkably preserved in the frigid Arctic waters, their hulls intact, their contents slowly being revealed by careful excavation. But even these discoveries have deepened the mystery rather than solved it. The ships were found far from where the historical records suggested they would be. The Erebus had somehow drifted or been sailed over 100 miles south of where Crozier's note indicated the crew had abandoned them. Recent analysis of the Terror shows no signs of ice damage, strange for a ship supposedly crushed by Arctic ice. Even stranger, some areas of both ships appear to have been deliberately sealed from the inside, as if the crew was trying to keep something out or something in. Modern forensic analysis of the recovered remains tells a story of gradual horror: lead poisoning from their tinned provisions, scurvy from lack of fresh food despite carrying 3 years of supplies, hypothermia and starvation, as men accustomed to Royal Navy discipline found themselves in a wilderness that followed no earthly rules. And yes, evidence of cannibalism in those final desperate months, though this truth took decades for historians to acknowledge publicly. Yet technical failures and poor provisions don't fully explain why such an experienced crew made choices that seem almost suicidal in hindsight. Why drag heavy sledges loaded with useless items instead of traveling light? Why split into smaller groups when their only chance lay in staying together? Why leave the relative shelter of their ships to attempt an impossible overland journey? Some researchers point to lead poisoning affecting their judgment. Others suggest the psychological pressure of endless Arctic days and nights drove them to irrational decisions. But reading the scattered accounts left by rescue expeditions, you start to notice something else: a recurring theme of strange phenomena in the Franklin search area. Compass readings that made no sense. Aurora displays unlike anything the experienced Arctic explorers had seen before. Inuit reports of unusual animal behavior and unexplained sounds carrying across the ice. The Arctic preserves everything in its frozen embrace, but it reveals its secrets reluctantly and never completely. Modern technology continues to unlock new details about Franklin's final expedition: DNA analysis, identifying individual remains, underwater robots mapping every detail of the shipwrecks, climate data helping us understand the ice conditions they faced. Each discovery adds pieces to the puzzle, yet the complete picture remains maddeningly out of reach. In 2019, researchers diving on the Terror made a discovery that perfectly captures this ongoing mystery. Deep within the ship, they found an officer's cabin with personal effects still arranged on shelves, papers scattered across a desk, as if their owner had just stepped out momentarily. The scene looked almost peaceful, ordinary even, until you remember that this room has been underwater in the Arctic for over 170 years, waiting patiently for someone to find what Franklin's men left behind. Aurora Borealis, Lights of Wonder. In 1859, telegraph lines across North America and Europe began sparking uncontrollably. Operators fled their stations as equipment burst into flames, yet somehow, messages continued transmitting across dead wires. Above them, Aurora blazed so intensely that people read newspapers by their light as far south as the Caribbean. The Carrington event, as scientists now call it, revealed something unsettling about the northern lights that we still struggle to comprehend. Most assume we understand Aurora completely. Solar particles hit our magnetic field, excite atmospheric gases, create those familiar green curtains, clean simple physics. But the more closely researchers examine these celestial displays, the more they encounter phenomena that challenge fundamental assumptions about how our atmosphere actually behaves. Dr. Elena Serova spent 3 winters at the Tromsø Geophysical Observatory, documenting aurora patterns. Her 2018 report contains observations that mainstream atmospheric science quietly sidesteps. She recorded auroral formations appearing in perfect geometric patterns, maintaining identical shapes for hours despite constantly shifting solar wind conditions. These structures defied every computer model designed to predict auroral behavior. Traditional physics suggests aurora should remain chaotic, responding randomly to the turbulent interaction between solar plasma and Earth's magnetosphere. Instead, Serova documented formations that seemed to follow hidden organizational principles: spirals that rotated with mathematical precision, parallel bands that pulsed in synchronized rhythms across hundreds of kilometers, curtains that formed perfect triangular arrays, holding their geometry while the magnetic field fluctuated wildly around them. The Sami people of northern Scandinavia possess oral traditions describing aurora as the spirits of the unborn, dancing across the threshold between worlds. Their elders speak of nights when the lights respond to human presence, growing brighter when observers approach specific elevated locations. Folklore often contains kernels of observational truth that predate scientific instruments by millennia. In 2019, citizen scientists in Yellowknife began documenting an aurora phenomenon that academic researchers initially dismissed. Witnesses reported seeing distinct waves moving through auroral displays, visible oscillations that traveled from horizon to horizon in measured intervals. Professional astronomers argued this was impossible, since aurora exist at altitudes where atmospheric density can't support wave propagation. Then satellite data confirmed it. The waves were real, but they weren't moving through the atmosphere at all. They were electromagnetic disturbances rippling through space itself, somehow becoming visible within the aurora. The discovery forced scientists to acknowledge that auroral displays might reveal aspects of space-time curvature previously thought undetectable without sophisticated gravitational wave instruments. The mathematical properties of these space-time ripples troubled physicists. The wavelengths followed patterns found in quantum field fluctuations, suggesting that aurora might occasionally make visible the underlying fabric of reality itself. Dr. James Chen of MIT's Plasma Physics Laboratory called it accidentally stumbling onto a window into dimensions we're not equipped to study. Aboriginal communities across Alaska describe aurora ceremonies where tribal members could influence the intensity and movement of the lights through synchronized breathing and chanting. Academic anthropologists documented these practices but dismissed the claimed effectiveness as cultural mythology. Recent bioacoustic research reveals something more complex. Sound waves generated by coordinated human activity can create subtle atmospheric pressure changes detectable by sensitive instruments. During magnetic storms, when aurora activity peaks, Earth's ionosphere becomes extraordinarily responsive to minute electromagnetic fluctuations. The possibility that organized human bioelectric fields might influence auroral behavior enters the realm of theoretical possibility, though no controlled studies have tested this connection directly. NASA's Themis mission, launched to study auroral substorms, discovered that Earth's magnetic tail, stretching millions of kilometers into space, exhibits unpredictable reconnection events that trigger aurora displays. These magnetic reconnections release energy equivalent to thousands of nuclear weapons, yet happen silently, invisibly, with aurora serving as the only outward sign of these massive cosmic events occurring above our heads. More troubling is the timing. Magnetic reconnection events often precede auroral displays by several hours, yet witnesses frequently report aurora beginning at the exact moment of reconnection, as if the light travels instantaneously across millions of kilometers of space. Electromagnetic radiation travels at light speed, requiring hours to cover such distances. Something about auroral communication systems operates outside conventional physics. Dr. Vector Auroral Communication Systems operates outside conventional physics. Lisa Zhao's team at the University of Alberta documented aurora appearing simultaneously across multiple continents during the 2020 Halloween magnetic storm. Observers in Alaska, northern Canada, Greenland, and Siberia reported identical spiral formations beginning within seconds of each other. Even accounting for Earth's magnetic field structure, such synchronized activity should have been impossible without faster-than-light information transfer between distant atmospheric regions. The mathematical analysis of these synchronization patterns revealed correlations that suggested quantum entanglement effects operating on a planetary scale. If confirmed, this would indicate that auroral particles maintain instantaneous connections across vast distances, implying that Earth's magnetosphere functions as a single quantum system rather than a collection of independent plasma regions. Traditional Inuit stories describe aurora as pathways used by spirits to travel between the living world and the realm of ancestors. These legends specify that certain aurora configurations create temporary bridges allowing communication across dimensional boundaries. While obviously metaphorical from a scientific perspective, the stories contain remarkably accurate descriptions of magnetic field line geometries that researchers only mapped using satellites in the past decade. The Greenlandic term for aurora translates roughly as the dancing spirits of those who died by violence. Ancient observations noted that the most spectacular auroral displays followed periods of warfare or natural disasters. Modern statistical analysis reveals a weak but persistent correlation between auroral intensity and seismic activity, suggesting possible connections between tectonic stress and magnetosphere dynamics that remain unexplored. Aurora frequencies, measured by radio telescopes, occasionally match brainwave patterns recorded during deep meditation states. Dr. Sarah McKay's research at the Institute for Consciousness Studies found that experienced meditators in aurora-active regions showed synchronized neural oscillations matching real-time auroral radio emissions. The mechanism behind this biological electromagnetic resonance remains unclear, but suggests human consciousness might be more interconnected with planetary magnetic phenomena than previously suspected. As our industrial civilization generates increasing electromagnetic interference, pristine auroral observations become rarer. The subtle patterns that indigenous peoples observed for thousands of years now compete with radio noise from satellites, power grids, and wireless communications. We may be losing our ability to detect the most delicate auroral phenomena just as we develop instruments sensitive enough to study them properly. The lights continue their ancient dance above the poles, beautiful and mysterious as ever, carrying information about cosmic processes we're only beginning to decode. The Enigma of Arctic Henge, at coordinates 66°09'N, 15°57'W. Something extraordinary rises from the barren landscape of northern Iceland. 68 basalt columns, each weighing up to several tons, arranged in a perfect circle measuring 50 meters in diameter. The locals call it Arctic Henge, and while its construction began in the 1990s, the mystery surrounding its true purpose has only deepened with time. Artist Erlingor Thordarson conceived this monument as a meditation on light and cosmic alignment, yet what emerged from the rocky soil defies simple artistic explanation. The positioning of each column follows astronomical calculations so precise that they frame celestial events with mathematical perfection. During the summer solstice, observers standing at the center witness the midnight sun perfectly framed by specific columns, creating a phenomenon that transforms the monument into a giant sundial. The four tallest columns represent the dwarves of Norse mythology: Northri, Suthri, Austri, and Vestri, guardians of the four cardinal directions. Between them, smaller columns mark the positions of stars mentioned in the ancient Eddic poem Voluspa, which speaks of the creation and eventual destruction of the world. This isn't merely artistic interpretation. The alignments correspond to actual stellar positions that would have been visible to Viking-era observers. What troubles researchers is the precision involved. While Thordarson claims inspiration from ancient traditions, the mathematical accuracy of the alignments suggests knowledge that extends far beyond casual astronomical observation. Dr. Magnus Olafsson, an archaeoastronomer at the University of Iceland, spent 3 years analyzing the monument's orientations. His findings revealed something unexpected. The columns don't just align with current stellar positions, they're calibrated to account for precession, the slow wobble of Earth's axis that gradually shifts star positions over millennia. Several key alignments point to stellar configurations that matched ancient Norse descriptions from over 1,000 years ago. This level of astronomical sophistication in a modern art installation raises questions about the sources of information used in its planning. Local residents have reported unusual phenomena since the monument's completion in 2004. Electronics malfunction within the circle. Compasses spin wildly near the central point. During Aurora displays, the northern lights appear to bend and concentrate above the Henge, creating light formations that don't occur elsewhere in the region. The Icelandic Meteorological Office has no explanation for these electromagnetic anomalies. Geologist Dr. Kristen Vogfjord discovered something even more puzzling while conducting routine seismic surveys in 2018. The bedrock beneath Arctic Henge shows geometric stress patterns that mirror the column arrangement above. These underground formations existed long before construction began, suggesting the monument's location wasn't chosen arbitrarily. The basalt columns appear to be positioned directly over natural stone formations that echo their arrangement. Adding to the mystery is the monument's unfinished state. Plans called for a massive central tower reaching 15 meters skyward, designed to cast shadows that would function as a precise clock throughout the day. Construction stopped abruptly in 2009 after workers reported finding unusual objects in the soil, metallic fragments that preliminary analysis suggested were far older than any known human presence in Iceland. These artifacts vanished from the site before proper archaeological examination could occur. Official records claim they were removed for safekeeping, but no museum or research institution admits to possessing them. The Icelandic Archaeological Heritage Agency maintains that no significant finds were made during construction, yet multiple witness accounts contradict this statement. The monument's connection to the ancient poem Voluspa adds another layer of intrigue. This prophetic text, composed over a millennium ago, contains astronomical references that align perfectly with Arctic Henge's column positions. Some scholars argue this proves the monument's authenticity as an interpretation of ancient knowledge. Others suggest it indicates access to historical information that should no longer exist. Dr. Sarah Lindquist, a specialist in medieval Norse literature at Uppsala University, noticed something remarkable while comparing Voluspa's astronomical passages with Arctic Henge's design. The poem describes stellar positions with an accuracy that exceeds what Viking-era observers could have achieved with available technology. The descriptions match computer models of ancient skies so precisely that they appear to be based on sophisticated astronomical calculations. Weather patterns around Arctic Henge follow unusual cycles. Local temperature readings consistently differ from regional averages by 2–3 degrees Celsius, regardless of seasonal conditions. Snow accumulation within the circle varies dramatically from surrounding areas, sometimes melting completely, while nearby drifts remain intact. The Icelandic National Weather Service lists these variations as measurement anomalies, but the pattern has persisted for nearly 2 decades. Thoroddsen himself remains enigmatic about his inspiration for the project. In interviews, he speaks of dreams that came with mathematical precision and ancient voices that dictated the measurements. When pressed for details about his astronomical calculations, he claims to have received the information through meditation and intuitive insight rather than formal study. Yet the precision of his alignments rivals that of professional observatories. The monument continues to evolve. Visitors report that certain stellar alignments have become more pronounced over time, as if the structure is somehow adjusting itself to cosmic movements. Photographic evidence from different years shows subtle variations in column positions that official measurements deny. Either the monitoring equipment is consistently malfunctioning, or Arctic Henge is demonstrating properties that challenge conventional understanding. Recent ground-penetrating radar surveys revealed additional anomalies beneath the site. Geometric patterns in the subsurface geology extend far beyond the visible monument, suggesting a vast underground structure that predates human settlement in Iceland. These formations remain unexplored, but their existence transforms Arctic Henge from an isolated art installation into part of something much larger and far older. On clear nights, when the northern lights dance across the Arctic sky, Arctic Henge stands as a silent sentinel against the cosmic darkness. Whether conceived as art, astronomy, or something else entirely, it represents humanity's enduring drive to connect with forces beyond our immediate understanding. The mystery of its true purpose continues to deepen with each passing season, leaving observers to wonder what ancient knowledge might still be hidden in the calculations of its creator. The Arctic's pole of inaccessibility. There exists a place so remote that reaching it requires crossing more than 600 miles of shifting ice in every direction. The Arctic pole of inaccessibility isn't the North Pole, it's something far more enigmatic. In 1927, Soviet mathematician Vilhjalmur Stephenson first calculated its theoretical position. Unlike the magnetic or geographic poles, this point moves. It drifts with the ice, following patterns that oceanographers still struggle to predict. The coordinates shift by dozens of miles each year, making it perhaps the most elusive destination on Earth. Only 4 expeditions have ever claimed to reach it. The first successful attempt came in 1968, when a Soviet team led by Dmitry Shpiro spent 43 days navigating pressure ridges and leads of open water. His journal entries, archived in Moscow, describe something unsettling about the location itself. The silence here differs from other Arctic regions, Shpiro wrote on April 15th. Sound carries strangely. We heard our own voices echo back from ice formations that shouldn't produce echoes. The team's photographs show ice sculptures that appear almost architectural, towering seracs twisted into spirals, ice bridges spanning crevasses in perfect geometric patterns. Soviet glaciologists later dismissed these as natural formations created by wind and pressure. But 3 members of Shpiro's team filed separate reports describing structures that seemed deliberately constructed. Dr. Elena Komarova, the expedition's geologist, documented ice formations with internal chambers. Her measurements indicated hollow spaces within solid ice blocks, some large enough for a person to stand upright. When the team attempted to explore these cavities, their flashlights revealed walls that appeared to be carved smooth, despite forming naturally. The second expedition arrived in 1986. This British team, led by polar explorer Sir Ranulph Fiennes, approached from a different angle and found themselves at coordinates that didn't match Soviet calculations. Their GPS readings showed they'd reached the theoretical pole, but the landscape bore no resemblance to Shpiro's photographs. We encountered no ice formations of unusual character, Fiennes reported. The area presented typical polar conditions, unremarkable in every respect. 2 expeditions, same destination, completely different findings. The discrepancy deepened in 2003, when Japanese researchers attempted to resolve the contradiction. Using advanced satellite positioning, they pinpointed the pole's location with unprecedented accuracy. Their findings revealed something extraordinary. Both previous expeditions had been correct. The pole's position shifts not just annually, but seasonally. Ocean currents beneath the ice create what oceanographer Dr. Kenji Nakamura termed rotational drift patterns. The pole traces a roughly circular path over 18 months. covering an area of nearly 100 square miles. But Nakamura's team discovered something else. Beneath the ice, at depths exceeding 400 meters, sonar detected what appeared to be geometric structures resting on the ocean floor. These formations measured roughly 50 meters in length and were arranged in patterns that resembled architectural layouts. The structures exhibit right angles and parallel lines, Nakamura explained in his 2004 report to the International Oceanographic Commission. Natural geological processes rarely produce such regularity at these scales. Core samples extracted from the area revealed sediment layers that defied conventional dating. Mineral compositions suggested ages ranging from 10,000 to 2 million years, despite being found at identical depths. Geologists called it an inverted stratigraphy, ancient materials layered above recent ones, as if the seafloor had been disturbed and reconstructed. The fourth and final expedition reached the pole in 2019. This international team included specialists in cold water archaeology, marine biology, and geophysics. Team leader Dr. Sarah Lindstrom reported conditions that matched neither previous expedition's findings. "We documented ice formations of moderate complexity," she noted. "Some unusual characteristics, but nothing approaching the architectural quality described in 1968. However, Lindstrom's team made discoveries that previous expeditions had missed. Their underwater remotely operated vehicle captured video footage of the seafloor structures. The recordings show geometric formations partially buried in sediment, with surfaces that appear artificially smooth. Marine biologist Dr. Hassan Al-Rahman identified another anomaly. Fish populations around the pole exhibited behavioral patterns he'd never observed elsewhere in the Arctic Ocean. Schools of Arctic char swam in perfect spirals around specific coordinates, maintaining these formations for hours at a time. The fish appeared to be responding to some environmental cue we couldn't detect, Al-Rahman reported. Electromagnetic readings showed normal ranges. Water temperature and salinity were typical for the region, yet the behavioral patterns persisted. Perhaps most intriguingly, the team's hydrophones recorded low-frequency sounds emanating from beneath the ice. These acoustic signatures repeated every 73 minutes with extraordinary precision. Sound analysis revealed patterns that resembled communication rather than natural phenomena like ice movement or geological activity. Dr. Acoustic Specialist Dr. Marcus Weber spent months analyzing the recordings. His findings, published in the Journal of Polar Acoustics, concluded that the sounds possessed mathematical properties found in human-made signals. The frequency patterns follow harmonic progressions, Weber explained. Random natural processes don't typically produce such structured acoustic sequences. The Arctic pole of inaccessibility remains closed to further research. Climate change has made the ice increasingly unstable, and insurance companies refuse to cover expeditions to the region. The last satellite images from 2022 show the pole's position had shifted nearly 80 miles from its 2019 coordinates. Dr. Lindstrom attempted to organize a follow-up expedition in 2021, but funding was denied by 3 separate research foundations. Official reasons cited safety concerns and limited scientific value. Unofficial communications, obtained through Freedom of Information requests, suggest something more complex. A 2022 email from the International Arctic Research Council references sensitive environmental conditions and recommends postponing further investigation, pending policy review. The policy in question has never been publicly released. Today, the Arctic pole of inaccessibility drifts through the polar ice cap, carrying its secrets with it. 4 expeditions, 4 different versions of the same place, and beneath the shifting ice, structures that shouldn't exist continue their patient wait in the cold darkness of the Arctic Ocean. The pole moves on its ancient path, following currents we barely understand, guarding mysteries that grow deeper with each passing year. Ancient tools found in Arctic Siberia. Deep in the Siberian permafrost, archaeologists uncovered something that changed what we thought we knew about prehistoric migration patterns. Tools made from materials that shouldn't exist there, crafted by hands we've never identified. The discovery happened almost by accident. In 2019, a team led by Dr. Elena Vasilieva was conducting routine excavations near the Lena River when the permafrost revealed its secrets. What they found defied every model of ancient human movement across the Arctic. The tools themselves appeared unremarkable at first glance, stone blades, carved implements, what looked like sophisticated hunting equipment, but when laboratory analysis began, the questions multiplied faster than answers. The obsidian came from volcanic regions thousands of miles away. The particular type of flint had geological markers pointing to quarries in Central Asia. Most puzzling of all, several tools contained trace elements of metals that don't occur naturally anywhere in northern Siberia. Dr. Vasilieva's initial report noted something else. The craftsmanship exceeded anything previously attributed to the time period. These weren't crude survival tools hammered together by desperate nomads. They showed evidence of advanced techniques, precise engineering, and an understanding of materials that suggested sophisticated knowledge. Carbon dating placed the tools between 8,000 and 12,000 years old. That timeline creates a problem. According to established archaeological records, the peoples who lived in that region during that period were primarily hunter-gatherers with limited tool-making capabilities. They certainly didn't have the technology or trade networks to acquire materials from such distant locations. The mystery deepens when you examine the distribution pattern. Similar tools, with identical material signatures, have been found across a vast arc of Siberian territory, from the Laptev seacoast down to the Altai Mountains, over 2,000 miles of harsh Arctic and subarctic terrain. Dr. Mikhail Petrov from the Institute of Archaeology in Moscow spent 3 years trying to map these findings. His conclusion was unsettling. The distribution pattern doesn't match any known migration route or trade network from that era. It suggests a level of coordination and movement that shouldn't have been possible with the technology available to ancient peoples. More discoveries followed. At each site, archaeologists found evidence of temporary settlements, not permanent villages, but carefully constructed waypoints, sophisticated fire pits designed for maximum heat efficiency in extreme cold, storage systems that preserved organic materials for extended periods, shelter foundations that showed advanced understanding of insulation and wind patterns. The settlements shared architectural elements that appeared nowhere else in the archaeological record of ancient Siberia. Whoever these people were, they brought their knowledge with them rather than developing it locally. Physical evidence of the tool makers themselves remains frustratingly sparse. Human remains from this period are rare in the permafrost regions where the tools appear. The few skeletal fragments that have been recovered show interesting characteristics. Bone density suggesting adaptation to extreme cold. Dental patterns indicating a diet different from other contemporary Arctic populations. Genetic analysis of the bone fragments revealed markers that don't align clearly with any known ancient population group. The closest matches point to lineages that supposedly migrated through entirely different regions during entirely different time periods. Dr. Sarah Chen from the University of Colorado examined the metalwork found at several sites. Her analysis revealed something extraordinary. The copper alloys showed signs of deliberate engineering, specific ratios of metals designed to maintain flexibility at extremely low temperatures. This wasn't accidental contamination or simple tool decoration. It was metallurgy. Chen's report noted that several pieces showed evidence of techniques not documented in the archaeological record until thousands of years later. Cold forging methods that shouldn't have been developed until the Bronze Age, heat treatment processes that required controlled temperatures and specialized knowledge. The implications troubled the academic community. Either the dating was wrong, which seemed unlikely given multiple independent confirmations, or ancient peoples in the Arctic possessed technological knowledge that subsequently disappeared from human civilization. Local indigenous communities provided another piece of the puzzle. Oral traditions among the Evenks and other Siberian peoples contain references to the first walkers. Stories describe mysterious figures who crossed the frozen lands carrying fire that never died, and tools that cut through any material. These stories, passed down through generations, describe the first walkers as neither spirits nor ordinary humans. They came from the direction of the endless ice and disappeared toward the mountains. They left behind gifts for those who showed them kindness, but their own origins remained unknown. Ethnographer Dr. Anya Sokolova documented dozens of these oral accounts across different Siberian communities. The consistency of details across geographically separated groups suggests the stories preserve genuine historical memory rather than mythological invention. Recent climate change has accelerated permafrost melting across Siberia, revealing additional sites, Each new discovery raises more questions. Tool caches buried in patterns that suggest careful planning for future retrieval. Geometric arrangements of stones that seem to serve as markers or maps. Evidence of fires that burned much hotter than wood alone could produce. The most recent find came in 2023, a collection of tools and what appeared to be a workshop site preserved in permafrost near Yakutsk. The preservation was so complete that organic handles remained intact on several implements. Wood analysis showed the material came from tree species that don't grow within 1,500 miles of the discovery site. The workshop itself contained something unprecedented: stone anvils arranged around a central fire pit, with clear evidence of sustained metalworking activity. Slag deposits contained traces of alloys that wouldn't be developed in the region for thousands of years. Dr. Petrov's latest paper poses the central question that haunts this research. Were these tools created by an unknown ancient civilization, with capabilities far exceeding what we've attributed to prehistoric peoples? Or do they represent evidence of contact between Arctic populations and advanced societies from distant regions? Neither explanation fits comfortably within accepted models of human development and migration during the period in question. The tools continue to emerge from the permafrost, each discovery adding complexity to a mystery that challenges fundamental assumptions about ancient human capabilities. Somewhere in the vast frozen expanses of Siberia, answers wait beneath layers of ice and time. Who were the people who crafted these impossible tools? Where did they come from, and where did they go? The permafrost remembers, but it releases its secrets slowly, one frozen fragment at a time. The mystery of North Pole sea ice. In 2019, a routine satellite pass over the Arctic revealed something that made climatologists pause their morning coffee and stare at their screens in genuine bewilderment. The sea ice wasn't behaving according to any model they'd ever constructed. Dr. Elena Marchetti had spent 15 years tracking Arctic ice patterns from her laboratory in Tromsø, Norway. She'd witnessed the dramatic retreats, the seasonal surges, the predictable dance of freeze and thaw that governs life at the planet's northern crown. But the data streaming in from the European Space Agency's Cryosat mission showed ice formations that defied every algorithm her team had developed. The anomaly first appeared as spiraling patterns in the Beaufort Sea, roughly 400 nautical miles from the North Pole. Unlike the chaotic jumble of ice flows typically found in this region, these formations displayed an almost geometric precision. Hexagonal cells of varying thickness stretched across hundreds of square kilometers, each maintaining distinct boundaries despite the constant motion of the polar current system. What troubled Marchetti wasn't just the unusual shape of these ice formations, it was their thermal signature. Infrared readings showed temperature variations that shouldn't exist in naturally forming sea ice. Some sections registered consistently warmer than their surroundings, while others maintained temperatures so low they approached the theoretical limits of seawater freezing. The scientific community initially attributed these readings to instrument error. After all, the Arctic had been delivering surprises for decades as climate patterns shifted in ways that challenged traditional understanding. But when 3 separate satellite systems confirmed the same data, and when research vessels managed to reach the formations themselves, the mystery deepened. Captain James Holbrook, commanding the research icebreaker Polar Dawn, was among the first to witness these anomalous ice structures in person. His crew's initial reports describe ice formations that seemed to pulse with their own internal rhythm, expanding and contracting in cycles that bore no relation to tidal movements or atmospheric pressure changes. Core samples taken from these formations revealed another puzzle. The ice contained microscopic bubbles arranged in patterns that suggested rapid, uniform freezing under conditions that simply don't exist in nature. Traditional sea ice forms gradually, trapping air pockets randomly as the water crystallizes. But these samples showed air bubbles aligned in precise geometric arrangements, as if the freezing process had occurred under controlled laboratory conditions. Dr. Viktor Petrov, a glaciologist from the Arctic and Antarctic Research Institute in St. Petersburg, analyzed over 200 ice cores from the anomalous formations. His findings, published in the Journal of Polar Research, documented crystalline structures unlike anything previously observed in natural ice formation. The crystals displayed a uniformity typically associated with synthetic materials, not the chaotic beauty of ice formed in the wild Arctic. More perplexing still were the acoustic properties of these ice formations. Hydrophones deployed beneath the anomalous ice fields recorded low-frequency vibrations that seemed to originate from within the ice itself. These weren't the familiar creaks and groans of shifting ice flows, but sustained tonal patterns that some researchers described as almost musical in their consistency. Inuit elders from communities along the Arctic coast had been observing these changes long before satellites detected them. Thomas Kangkuk, a traditional knowledge keeper from Igloolik, spoke of ice that sang differently and moved in ways that contradicted generations of inherited wisdom about polar ice behavior. His descriptions, initially dismissed by the scientific establishment, began to align remarkably with the data emerging from high-tech monitoring systems. The thermal anomalies became more pronounced as monitoring continued. Some sections of the mysterious ice formations maintained surface temperatures that defied basic physics. Under the constant solar radiation of the Arctic summer, these areas should have shown signs of melting, yet they remained stubbornly intact while surrounding ice fields followed predictable melt patterns. Underwater cameras revealed another layer to the mystery. The underside of these ice formations displayed a smoothness rarely seen in natural sea ice. Most polar ice shows the irregular, chaotic textures created by collision, compression, and the constant churning of Arctic waters. But video footage from remotely operated vehicles showed ice undersides as smooth as glass, polished to an almost mirror-like finish. Chemical analysis of water samples from beneath these formations detected trace elements that raised new questions. Minute concentrations of rare earth metals appeared in patterns that suggested systematic distribution rather than random geological occurrence. These elements typically remain locked in seafloor sediments, yet here they appeared suspended in the water column directly beneath the anomalous ice. The implications troubled researchers across multiple disciplines. If these ice formations represented some undiscovered natural process, they demanded a fundamental revision of polar science textbooks. If they indicated rapid environmental change, they suggested acceleration beyond current climate models. And if they pointed to factors beyond conventional understanding, they opened questions that extended far beyond glaciology. Attempts to model the formation of these ice patterns using supercomputer simulations consistently failed to reproduce the observed phenomena. The most sophisticated climate models, incorporating ocean currents, atmospheric conditions, and geothermal factors, could not generate the geometric precision and thermal properties documented in the field. Recent analysis suggests these formations may be connected to previously unknown interactions between the Arctic Ocean and the underlying Lomonosov Ridge, a massive underwater mountain range that bisects the polar basin. Seismic monitoring has detected unusual activity along this ridge that correlates with the appearance of anomalous ice formations above. As research continues, the mystery of Arctic sea ice behavior has evolved from a curiosity into a fundamental question about the forces shaping our planet's most remote regions. Each expedition brings new data, but also new puzzles that challenge our understanding of how ice, water, and the invisible forces beneath the polar sea interact in ways that continue to elude scientific explanation. The ice keeps its secrets well, locked in formations that dance to rhythms we have yet to comprehend. Subglacial volcanoes of Iceland. In 1996, a routine flight over Vatnajökull Glacier recorded temperatures that defied every known law of physics. Instruments detected surface heat signatures of nearly 200 degrees Fahrenheit, rising through ice sheets measuring over 3,000 feet thick. What lies beneath Iceland's glaciers challenges everything we understand about the relationship between fire and ice. While most volcanic activity announces itself with obvious warning signs, Iceland's subglacial volcanoes operate in complete secrecy, building massive heat chambers that can remain hidden for decades before unleashing forces that reshape entire landscapes overnight. The Grímsvötn volcanic system exemplifies this paradox perfectly. Buried beneath Vatnajökull, Europe's largest glacier by volume, this volcanic complex maintains permanent lakes of liquid water at temperatures exceeding 40 degrees Celsius. The lake exists in a state of impossible equilibrium, thousands of tons of ice pressing down from above, while volcanic vents pump continuous heat from below. Dr. Magnus Tumi Gudmundsson, one of the few scientists who has descended into these subglacial chambers, describes the experience as entering an alien world. The volcanic heat creates vast caverns within the ice, complete with flowing rivers, steam clouds, and walls that shift between solid ice and liquid water depending on volcanic activity. These hidden ecosystems exist in perpetual twilight, isolated from the surface world by barriers of ice that can measure several city blocks in thickness. The 2010 eruption of Eyjafjallajökull offered the world a glimpse of what happens when these systems finally surface. But what most people witnessed through news coverage represented only the final chapter of a story that had been building beneath the ice for months. Seismic data from the Icelandic Met Office reveals that volcanic activity actually began in December 2009, silently melting massive chambers within the glacier. The eruption process itself defies conventional volcanic behavior. When magma meets glacial ice at these depths, it creates explosive steam that builds pressure, unlike anything found in surface volcanoes. The ice acts as both insulator and pressure cooker, containing heat until the system reaches critical points that release energy equivalent to multiple nuclear explosions. What makes these volcanoes particularly mysterious is their unpredictable timing. Surface volcanoes often provide warning signs: small earthquakes, gas emissions, subtle ground deformation. Subglacial volcanoes can remain completely dormant according to every monitoring system, then suddenly produce catastrophic eruptions that flood vast areas with glacial meltwater traveling at speeds exceeding 100 kilometers per hour. The Katla volcanic system presents perhaps the most concerning example of this unpredictability. Located beneath the Mýrdalsjökull glacier, Katla has produced some of Iceland's most devastating eruptions throughout recorded history. Historical records from the settlement era describe floods that appeared without warning from clear skies, carrying icebergs the size of houses across farmland, located 50 kilometers from the glacier's edge. Modern scientific monitoring has revealed why these floods seem to materialize from nowhere. Katla's subglacial eruptions can melt up to 20 million cubic meters of ice in a matter of hours, creating instant rivers that carve new valleys through landscapes in a single day. The 1918 eruption produced floods that tripled the flow rate of the Amazon River for several hours. Research conducted by the University of Iceland's Institute of Earth Sciences has uncovered evidence suggesting these volcanoes operate on geological timescales that span centuries. Ice core analysis from Vatnajökull reveals layers of volcanic ash dating back over 8,000 years, indicating that subglacial eruptions have been reshaping Iceland's geology since the end of the last ice age. The chemical composition of these volcanic deposits tells an even stranger story. Subglacial eruptions produce glass formations called hyaloclastites that can only form when lava cools rapidly in contact with water. These glass formations create geological signatures that persist for millennia, essentially providing permanent records of ancient ice-fire interactions. Dr. Armin Höskuldsson, who has studied these formations for over 2 decades, notes that some hyaloclastite deposits indicate eruptions that occurred when glaciers extended much further than current ice coverage. This suggests that Iceland's volcanic systems have been interacting with ice sheets during periods when the climate was significantly different from today, creating geological mysteries that span multiple ice ages. The thermal dynamics of these systems continue to puzzle researchers. Computational models struggle to explain how volcanic heat can maintain stable temperatures beneath such massive ice loads. The laws of thermodynamics suggest that the ice should either completely extinguish the volcanic activity, or the heat should rapidly melt through the entire glacier. Instead, these systems achieve a delicate balance that can persist for decades. Recent satellite data has revealed that several of Iceland's glaciers show subtle but consistent thermal signatures, indicating active subglacial volcanic systems that have never erupted during recorded history. Ground-penetrating radar has identified at least 12 distinct volcanic centers beneath Vatnajökull alone, most of which remain completely unstudied due to the impossibility of direct access. The implications extend far beyond Iceland's borders. As global temperatures rise, these ice-covered volcanic systems face an uncertain future. Climate researchers worry that glacial melting could trigger increased volcanic activity by removing the pressure that currently keeps many systems in check. This creates the possibility of feedback loops, where volcanic eruptions accelerate glacial melting, which in turn triggers more eruptions. The most unsettling aspect of Iceland's subglacial volcanoes may be their complete indifference to human attempts at prediction. Despite decades of research and increasingly sophisticated monitoring equipment, these systems continue to surprise scientists with their timing, intensity, and methods of eruption. Standing on the surface of Vatnajökull today, Watching steam rise mysteriously from seemingly solid ice, it becomes clear that we are witnessing processes that operate according to rules we have yet to fully comprehend. Beneath our feet, forces older than civilization continue their ancient dance between fire and ice, building toward moments that will reshape landscapes in ways we can only begin to imagine. The puzzling Arctic gravity anomaly. North of Greenland, where the Arctic Ocean stretches toward infinity, gravity behaves strangely. For every square meter of ice and water in this region, the gravitational pull measures weaker than it should, significantly weaker. The European Space Agency's GO-SEE satellite, during its 4-year mission mapping Earth's gravitational field, detected something that shouldn't exist, a massive gravitational anomaly spanning hundreds of kilometers, where the very fabric of Earth's pull has been altered. Dr. Elena Volkov first noticed the data patterns in 2013, 3 months after GO-SEE's mission ended. Working late in her Moscow laboratory, she ran the numbers again. Then again, the readings remained consistent, impossible, and unexplained. In this specific region of the Arctic Ocean, objects weigh roughly 0.3% less than they should. That might seem trivial, but in the precise world of gravitational science, it represents a geological mystery of staggering proportions. The anomaly forms an almost perfect oval, roughly 400 kilometers long and 300 kilometers wide. Its center lies at approximately 85 degrees north latitude, in waters so remote that fewer than a dozen humans have ever passed directly overhead. The gravitational deficit suggests something massive is missing from beneath the ocean floor, or something equally massive was removed from the region long ago. Traditional geology offers limited explanations. Gravitational anomalies typically result from variations in crustal density, underground caverns, or differences in bedrock composition. But the Arctic Ocean anomaly doesn't align with any known geological features. The seafloor beneath shows no evidence of unusual cavity systems. Core samples from the region reveal standard oceanic sediments overlaying typical basalt formations. Everything appears normal, except for gravity itself. Dr. Volkov's team initially suspected instrument error. They cross-referenced GO-SEE data with older gravitational surveys, including records from nuclear submarines that traversed these waters during the Cold War. The Soviet Union's classified Project Azorian, declassified in 1997, included gravitational measurements taken during submarine missions beneath the Arctic ice. Those readings, taken 40 years earlier with completely different equipment, showed the same anomaly. Recently discovered documents from Operation Blue Jay, a joint Canadian-American Arctic research mission from 1978, reference unusual compass behavior in the same region. Expedition leader Commander James Hartford noted in his official report that magnetic compasses deviated beyond acceptable parameters for a 72-hour period while his team conducted ice measurements. His atmospheric pressure readings during this time showed fluctuations that didn't correspond to weather patterns. The anomaly's shape raises additional questions. Perfect ovals rarely occur in natural gravitational fields. Earth's gravitational variations typically follow irregular patterns that mirror underground geological structures, but this anomaly maintains geometric precision that suggests either an artificial origin or an unknown natural process operating according to different rules. Indigenous Inuit oral histories from northern Greenland include references to a place where the earth grows lighter. Traditional hunting stories passed down through generations describe an area where ice behaves differently, where seals surface in unusual patterns, and where the Aurora Borealis appears more frequently. These accounts predate modern gravitational science by centuries, yet they pinpoint the exact region where satellites later detected the anomaly. Contemporary wildlife tracking has revealed that Arctic animals exhibit unusual migration patterns near the gravitational anomaly. Radio-collared polar bears consistently alter their routes when approaching the region, often making detours that add days to their journeys. Satellite-tagged seals show similar avoidance behaviors, diving deeper and surfacing less frequently when swimming through the area. These patterns have remained consistent across multiple years of observation. The timing of the anomaly's discovery coincides with accelerating Arctic ice loss. As polar ice has retreated, exposing more ocean surface, gravitational measurements have become more precise. Some researchers theorize that reduced ice mass might be unmasking an underlying feature that was previously obscured by gravitational interference from thick ice sheets. Others propose that recent ice loss triggered geological changes that created the anomaly itself. Dr. Sarah Chen, working with the Alfred Wegener Institute, has documented electromagnetic disturbances that correlate with the gravitational readings. Her equipment detects unusual electromagnetic signatures emanating from the anomaly's center, patterns that don't match known geological or atmospheric phenomena. These electromagnetic pulses occur in regular intervals, roughly every 18 hours, suggesting an active process rather than a passive geological feature. The most intriguing aspect of the Arctic gravity anomaly lies in its apparent stability. Gravitational fields typically fluctuate based on tidal forces, seasonal ice changes, and geological activity. But this anomaly maintains consistent strength and dimensions regardless of external factors. During the extreme solar activity of 2014, when electromagnetic disturbances affected gravitational instruments worldwide, the Arctic anomaly remained unchanged. Recent attempts to study the region directly have faced unexpected challenges. 3 separate research expeditions, mounted by Norwegian, Russian, and Canadian teams between 2018 and 2021, encountered unusual ice conditions that prevented close approach to the anomaly's center. Ice formations in the area behave unpredictably, with sheets cracking and reforming in patterns that don't match surrounding ice behavior. The gravitational anomaly has sparked theoretical discussions about historical events that might explain its existence. Some scientists propose that a massive asteroid impact, perhaps occurring during the last ice age, could have created underground cavities that produce the gravitational deficit. Others suggest that unknown geological processes, possibly related to deep mantle activity, continue to operate beneath the Arctic Ocean floor. More radical theories point to the possibility of undiscovered materials or formations that operate according to different physical principles. The precision of the anomaly's shape and its electromagnetic properties don't align with conventional geological explanations. Whatever created this gravitational mystery accomplished something that modern science struggles to comprehend. The Arctic gravity anomaly remains active, measurable, and completely unexplained. Each month brings new satellite data that confirms its existence while offering no additional clues about its origin. Somewhere beneath the world's most remote ocean, something continues to influence the fundamental forces that govern our planet, and we have no idea what it might be. Riddle of the Barents Sea Whirlpools. When Norwegian fisherman Erik Haugen radioed for help on that October morning in 2019, his voice carried something coastal rescue teams had rarely heard before: genuine bewilderment. His trawler, the Nordkapp, sat motionless in what should have been ordinary Barents Sea waters, but the sea around him was doing something that defied his 40 years of Arctic fishing experience. A whirlpool, nearly 200 meters across, had materialized without warning, spinning with such force that it pulled debris from the surface down into depths that seemed to have no bottom. What made Erik's encounter particularly unsettling wasn't just the whirlpool's sudden appearance, it was how it vanished. Within 20 minutes, the violent spiral simply stopped. The water returned to its normal state, as if nothing had happened at all. But the Nordkapp sonar readings told a different story. Where the whirlpool had churned, the seafloor showed disturbance patterns extending down nearly 300 meters. Erik's experience wasn't isolated. Since detailed maritime records began in the early 1900s, the Barents Sea has produced more documented whirlpool incidents than any other Arctic body of water. These aren't the predictable tidal phenomena found near coastlines, where geography and gravitational forces create reliable patterns. The Barents Sea whirlpools appear in open water, often in areas where the seafloor lies relatively flat, with no obvious geological features to explain their formation. Dr. Marina Volkov, an oceanographer at the Arctic and Antarctic Research Institute in St. Petersburg, has spent 12 years trying to understand what she calls the Barents anomalies. Her research team has deployed sensor networks across the most active zones, monitoring water temperature, current patterns, and magnetic field fluctuations around the clock. The data they've collected reveals a puzzle that grows more complex with each measurement. The whirlpools don't follow seasonal patterns. They've been recorded in both winter pack ice and some are open water conditions. They don't correlate with lunar cycles, storm systems, or seismic activity. Most puzzling of all, they often occur in clusters, 3 or 4 whirlpools forming within a few kilometers of each other over the span of several hours, then disappearing as suddenly as they arrived. In 2021, Volkov's team captured something unprecedented. Their underwater cameras recorded a whirlpool from below as it formed. The footage shows the seafloor sediment beginning to swirl in a perfect spiral pattern, as if something was stirring the water from beneath. But when they examined the area afterward, they found no evidence of volcanic activity, no gas vents, no geological disruption that could account for the phenomenon. Local Sami fishermen have known about these whirlpools for generations, though their traditional knowledge offers more questions than answers. Elder fisherman Nils Sambi, whose family has worked these waters for over 2 centuries, describes patterns his ancestors documented in oral histories. According to Sambi, the whirlpools appear in 7-year cycles, becoming more frequent during certain seasons, though which seasons vary unpredictably. The Sami accounts include details that modern science struggles to verify. They describe whirlpools that glow with a blue-green phosphorescence, particularly during the polar night. Some traditional stories speak of whirlpools that form in pairs, spinning in opposite directions, connected by underwater currents that can be felt but not seen. While phosphorescent plankton could explain the glow, no research team has ever documented the paired whirlpool phenomenon. What makes the Barents Sea whirlpools particularly intriguing is their relationship to the region's unique geology. The Barents Sea sits atop one of the world's most complex underwater landscapes, a maze of ancient river channels, submerged valleys, and geological formations dating back millions of years. During ice ages, this area was repeatedly covered and uncovered by massive ice sheets, carving intricate patterns into the sea floor. Some researchers theorize that these geological features create underwater wind systems, currents that flow through submerged canyons and valleys, occasionally aligning in ways that produce surface whirlpools. But this theory fails to explain why similar geological formations in other Arctic waters don't produce the same phenomena, or why the Barents whirlpools appear so unpredictably. Dr. James Crawford, a hydrodynamic specialist at the Norwegian Institute of Marine Research, has proposed a different explanation. His computer models suggest that the whirlpools might result from interactions between multiple ocean layers, cold Arctic water, warmer Atlantic currents, and deep sea flows that occasionally create perfect storm conditions. When these layers align in precisely the right configuration, they could theoretically produce the spinning vortices observed on the surface. Crawford's models are mathematically elegant, but they predict whirlpools should be far more common than they actually are. According to his calculations, the necessary conditions occur several times each month, yet documented whirlpools appear only a few times per year. Something is missing from the equation. Recent satellite analysis has added another layer to the mystery. High-resolution thermal imaging shows that areas where whirlpools form often display temperature anomalies days before the vortices appear. These temperature signatures suggest deep water movements that don't match any known current patterns in the region. The most unsettling aspect of the Barents Sea whirlpools might be their apparent intelligence. Multiple fishing crews have reported whirlpools that seem to follow their vessels, maintaining consistent distance and speed for hours before vanishing. While this could be explained by ships inadvertently traveling along current boundaries, the behavior appears too consistent to be purely coincidental. In 2023, the research vessel Akademik Mstislav Keldysh deployed a deep-sea submersible to investigate a whirlpool formation site shortly after a vortex had dissipated. The submersible's cameras revealed something unexpected: geometric patterns carved into the seafloor sediment, perfectly circular grooves that spiraled inward toward a central point. These patterns showed signs of recent formation, yet the sediment composition suggested they had been carved by forces far more powerful than normal water currents could produce. As Arctic ice continues to retreat, and the Barents Sea becomes more accessible to shipping and exploration, understanding these whirlpools becomes increasingly crucial. They represent more than just a navigational hazard. They hint at oceanographic processes that might fundamentally alter how we understand Arctic water systems. The riddle of the Barents Sea whirlpools remains unsolved. a reminder that even in our satellite-monitored, sensor-rich modern world, the ocean keeps secrets that resist easy explanation. Somewhere beneath these Arctic waters, forces we don't yet comprehend continue to stir the sea into temporary spirals of mystery. Inuit legends of the Tuniit. The DNA doesn't lie, even when the stories seem impossible. In 2016, genetic analysis of ancient Arctic remains revealed something that shouldn't exist according to our understanding of human migration patterns. The bones belong to a people who lived in the most inhospitable regions of the Arctic, thousands of years before the Thule or Dorset cultures, people who possessed physical characteristics that defied explanation. For generations, Inuit elders have spoken of them in hushed, reverent tones. The Tuniit, a race of giants who once dominated the Arctic landscape, beings of immense strength and mysterious knowledge who vanished without warning, leaving behind only whispers and stone monuments that modern archaeology struggles to explain. The stories are remarkably consistent across thousands of miles of Arctic territory. From Greenland to Alaska, from Siberia to Hudson Bay, indigenous communities share nearly identical accounts of these enigmatic predecessors. The Tuniit were said to stand twice the height of ordinary humans, capable of lifting massive stone blocks with ease, hunting whales single-handedly, and surviving Arctic storms that would kill anyone else within minutes. But what transforms these tales from folklore into something far more intriguing is the physical evidence that continues to surface across the Arctic tundra. Dr. Patricia Sutherland, an Arctic archaeologist with the Canadian Museum of Civilization, spent decades documenting anomalous stone structures in the Canadian Arctic. Her surveys revealed construction techniques that seemed impossibly advanced for the time periods involved. Massive stone foundations arranged with mathematical precision, built without mortar, yet standing firm against millennia of Arctic weather. The blocks themselves weigh several tons each, far beyond what conventional archaeological wisdom suggests early Arctic peoples could manipulate. The Inuit describe the Tuniit as master builders who could reshape the landscape itself. According to elder testimony collected by ethnographer Franz Boas in the late 1800s, the Tuniit constructed entire cities from stone and ice, channeling underground thermal vents to create warm dwelling spaces even during the harshest winters. They speak of the Tuniit as keepers of knowledge, understanding the movement of ice, the patterns of animal migration, and the secrets of aurora phenomena that even modern science struggles to fully comprehend. What makes these accounts particularly compelling is their matter-of-fact nature. Inuit oral tradition distinguishes clearly between mythological stories and historical accounts. The Tuniit legends fall consistently into the historical category, described not as supernatural beings, but as a real people with extraordinary capabilities who once shared the Arctic landscape with early Inuit ancestors. The genetics tell an equally puzzling story. DNA analysis of ancient remains found in Tuniit-associated sites reveals genetic markers that don't match any known Arctic population groups. Dr. Eski Willerslev's team at the Center for Geogenetics in Copenhagen identified unique mitochondrial sequences in several specimens, genetic patterns that appear nowhere else in the archaeological record. The bone structure analysis proved even more mystifying. Femur measurements suggest individuals reaching heights between 7 and 8 feet, with bone density measurements 40% greater than modern human averages. Carbon dating places the most recent Tuniit sites at approximately 800 years ago, roughly coinciding with the arrival of the Thule culture that eventually became the modern Inuit populations. According to oral histories, the Tuniit didn't die out gradually. They vanished suddenly, leaving behind their stone constructions and hunting grounds without explanation. Elder Mary Kungkuk from Igloolik described the disappearance during a 2003 interview with Arctic anthropologist Dr. John MacDonald. She recounted how her grandmother's grandmother spoke of the last Tuniit settlement, a place where the giant people simply walked away one morning, heading north toward the permanent ice, never to return. The timing aligns unsettlingly with climate data showing a significant cooling period that began around 1200 CE, the onset of what climatologists call the Little Ice Age. But physical evidence suggests the Tuniit departure wasn't entirely voluntary. Several sites show signs of sudden abandonment, tools left in place, food caches intact, cooking fires extinguished but not properly dismantled. Archaeological surveys led by Dr. Robert McGee revealed what appeared to be hastily constructed defensive positions at 3 different Tuniit settlements, as if something had forced them to prepare for conflict. The Inuit oral histories provide a different perspective on this disappearance. Rather than describing warfare or disease, the stories speak of the Tuniit receiving some kind of calling, a summons that drew them northward to regions where no human could survive. Some accounts describe strange lights appearing in the sky for weeks before the Tuniit began their final migration, Aurora phenomena, that behaved unlike anything the Inuit had observed before or since. Modern attempts to locate the areas where the Tuniit supposedly made their final journey have yielded limited results. The regions lie beyond the tree line, in areas of shifting pack ice where few archaeological expeditions can safely operate. Satellite imagery has identified several anomalous formations in these remote areas, geometric stone arrangements that appear artificial but remain inaccessible for ground-based investigation. The technological capabilities attributed to the Tuniit raise their own questions. Inuit accounts credit them with sophisticated ice-working techniques, the ability to predict weather patterns months in advance, and knowledge of underground water sources that allowed them to establish permanent settlements in regions where survival should have been impossible. Some stories describe the Tuniit creating light without fire, a detail that archaeologists initially dismissed until the discovery of several Tuniit sites containing unusual mineral deposits that exhibit phosphorescent properties when exposed to specific temperature conditions. Dr. Sutherland's final expedition report, published shortly before her retirement, included a remarkable admission. After 40 years of Arctic archaeology, she concluded that the Tuniit remains represented a technological tradition that we have not yet learned to recognize or understand. The tools recovered from Tuniit sites show wear patterns consistent with techniques still unknown to modern archaeology, designed for purposes that remain unclear. The genetic mystery deepens with each new discovery. Recent analysis suggests the Tuniit possessed adaptations to extreme cold that exceeded even modern Inuit capabilities. Their cardiovascular systems showed modifications that would have allowed survival in temperatures that cause hypothermia in other human populations within minutes. Yet these adaptations appear nowhere else in human evolutionary history, as if they developed independently in Arctic isolation over periods far longer than conventional human migration theories would suggest. Today, climate change reveals new evidence each summer as permafrost melts, expose previously hidden sites. The Tuniit left their mark across thousands of square miles of Arctic territory, and their story refuses to fade into simple folklore. Each discovery raises new questions about who they were, where they came from, and why they chose to vanish into the ice, rather than adapt to a changing world. The elders still speak of them with a mixture of reverence and unease, as if some mysteries are meant to remain buried beneath the eternal ice. The Arctic's ghostly World War II relics. When Allied reconnaissance teams returned from their 1947 survey of the eastern Greenland coast, their reports contained details that military officials quietly classified for the next 30 years. Scattered across the ice sheets, they had discovered installations that didn't match any known Allied or Axis operations, structures that shouldn't have existed in one of the most inhospitable regions on Earth. The Arctic became an unexpected theater of World War II, though most of its stories remain buried beneath decades of ice and institutional silence. While historians focus on the grand campaigns of Europe and the Pacific, a shadow war unfolded in the frozen wasteland where survival itself was the greatest enemy. What those early post-war surveys revealed was a landscape dotted with the remnants of operations so secretive that even today, many records remain sealed. In 1943, the German military established Weather Station Kurt on the remote coast of Labrador, the only known Nazi installation on North American soil. For decades, its existence was forgotten until a retired engineer stumbled across historical references in 1977. When Canadian authorities finally located the site, they found meteorological equipment still intact, German cigarettes preserved in the permafrost, and detailed weather logs that revealed just how critical Arctic data had become to both sides. But Kurt was merely the tip of an iceberg that stretched far deeper into classified operations. Soviet archives, gradually declassified after the Cold War's end, revealed that Stalin had ordered the construction of at least 17 monitoring stations across the Siberian Arctic, each one designed to track Allied shipping routes through the treacherous Northeast Passage. Most of these installations vanished without explanation sometime between 1944 and 1945, their personnel evacuated under circumstances that remain unclear. The Barents Sea holds perhaps the most haunting collection of wartime relics. Beneath its dark waters lie the remains of at least 43 vessels, merchant ships, destroyers, and submarines from multiple nations, many of which sank under circumstances that official records describe only as weather-related incidents. Local fishermen report sonar readings that suggest far larger structures on the seafloor, geometric shapes too regular to be natural formations, too massive to be individual ships. In 1998, marine archaeologists investigating one of these anomalies discovered what appeared to be the remains of a floating research station, its steel framework twisted but recognizable. Carbon dating placed its construction sometime around 1943, yet no nation has ever acknowledged operating such facilities in those waters. The ship's design incorporated features that wouldn't appear in mainstream naval architecture until the 1950s: compartmentalized research labs, specialized ventilation systems, and storage areas, clearly designed for equipment that required precise temperature control. Perhaps most disturbing were the personal effects recovered from several Arctic sites. At an abandoned installation on Wrangel Island, researchers found journals written in multiple languages, German, Russian, and English entries, that documented experiments involving atmospheric measurements and electromagnetic observations. The final entries, dated March 1945, described phenomena that the writers struggled to explain: lights in the sky that moved with apparent intelligence, radio communications received from coordinates that placed their sources hundreds of miles beneath the ice. The Allied response to these discoveries became the subject of its own mystery. Operation Highjump, officially described as a routine Antarctic expedition, deployed over 4,700 personnel and 13 ships to the polar regions in 1946. Admiral Richard Byrd, who led the mission, made cryptic statements to the press about encountering objects that could fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds. His detailed mission reports remain classified, though leaked fragments suggest the expedition's true purpose involved investigating installations that posed potential ongoing security concerns. Norwegian researchers have documented similar anomalies on Svalbard, where melting permafrost has revealed wooden structures that appear to predate known human settlement by decades. Construction techniques found at these sites incorporate design elements from multiple architectural traditions, as if their builders had access to engineering knowledge from across the globe. Radiocarbon analysis of the wood yields confusing results, with some samples dating to the 1940s while others appear significantly older. The continuing mystery deepens when considering reports from indigenous communities across the Arctic. Inuit elders speak of the ghost ship years, when strange vessels appeared and disappeared along traditional hunting routes. Their oral histories describe encounters with foreigners who spoke unknown languages and demonstrated technology that seemed impossible: lights that burned without fuel, vehicles that moved across ice without leaving tracks, communication devices that connected to sources far beyond the horizon. Modern satellite imaging has identified dozens of geometric patterns carved into the Arctic landscape, regularly spaced depressions, stone arrangements, and earthworks that don't match natural geological processes. Many of these features become visible only during specific weather conditions or at particular times of year, suggesting their creators understood the region's environmental cycles with remarkable precision. Recent climate change has accelerated the revelation of these wartime secrets. As ice sheets retreat and permafrost melts, more structures emerge each year. In 2019, reindeer herders in northern Russia discovered what appeared to be the entrance to an underground complex, its concrete corridors extending deep into the frozen earth. Initial exploration revealed storage areas, mechanical rooms, and living quarters designed to house dozens of personnel for extended periods. The questions multiply faster than the answers. Why did multiple nations invest so heavily in Arctic operations during a global war? What were they seeking in one of the most remote and dangerous environments on Earth? And perhaps most troubling, what happened to the personnel who staffed these installations? Official histories maintain their silence, but the ice itself serves as an impartial witness. Each year brings new revelations, new fragments of a story that official records seem determined to forget. The Arctic keeps its secrets well, but time and climate are patient forces, and the ghosts of the Second World War are slowly rising from their frozen graves, carrying with them questions that 70 years of classification haven't managed to answer. Mystery of 4,000-year-old Arctic cocoon. Deep in the permafrost of northern Siberia, researchers made a discovery that defied their understanding of preservation, evolution, and time itself. What emerged from an archaeological dig in 2019 wasn't just another frozen specimen, it was something that shouldn't exist. The object measured exactly 47 centimeters in length, encased in what appeared to be a biological cocoon, unlike anything in the scientific record. Carbon dating placed it at 4,000 years old, yet the organic material showed no signs of decay, no freezer burn, no cellular breakdown. The cocoon had maintained its structural integrity as if it had been sealed yesterday. Dr. Elena Voronova, the lead paleobiologist examining the specimen, described her first encounter with careful precision. The cocoon's outer layer possessed a texture somewhere between silk and cartilage, flexible yet impossibly durable. When subjected to microscopic analysis, the material revealed a crystalline structure that has never been documented in any known biological process. Inside lay the remains of a creature that doesn't match any species in the fossil record. The skeleton, perfectly preserved, belonged to something roughly the size of a small mammal, yet its bone density exceeded that of modern Arctic animals by nearly 300%. Its limb configuration suggested adaptation to extreme cold, but with anatomical features that served no obvious evolutionary purpose: wing-like appendages that couldn't have supported flight, sensory organs positioned in locations that would have been functionally useless. What troubled researchers most wasn't what they found, it was what the cocoon implied about the environment that created it. 4,000 years ago, this region of Siberia was already locked in permafrost. The climate data shows temperatures consistently below freezing, with brief summer periods that barely reached above zero. These are not conditions under which cocooning typically occurs. Most insects and larvae require specific temperature ranges to complete metamorphosis. This creature had somehow initiated a cocooning process in an environment that should have killed it outright. The cocoon's internal structure revealed even stranger details: multiple chambers, each containing different concentrations of preserved organic matter. Some chambers held what appeared to be partially digested material, while others contained crystallized formations that resembled neither plant nor animal tissue. It was as if the creature had been preparing for something far more complex than simple hibernation. Dr. James Sutherland from the University of Edinburgh's Department of Evolutionary Biology examined the specimen through the lens of known cocooning behaviors. Every species that undergoes this type of transformation requires external triggers: temperature changes, food scarcity, reproductive cycles. The Siberian specimen showed evidence of cocooning that began during the harshest possible conditions, directly contradicting every established pattern of insect and larval behavior. Chemical analysis of the cocoon material revealed trace elements that shouldn't exist in this concentration at this latitude. Rare earth minerals typically found in deep ocean thermal vents, isotopes associated with high-altitude atmospheric conditions. The creature had somehow incorporated materials into its cocoon that weren't naturally available in its environment. Perhaps most puzzling is the condition of the creature inside. Rather than showing signs of incomplete metamorphosis, which would be expected if the process had been interrupted by death, the remains suggest the transformation was deliberately halted, as if the creature had chosen to suspend its development indefinitely. The discovery site itself raises additional questions. The cocoon wasn't found in isolation. Archaeological layers revealed human artifacts from the same time period scattered throughout the dig site: bone tools, fire pits, evidence of prolonged human habitation. These early inhabitants lived alongside whatever created this cocoon, yet left no record of its existence in their material culture. Local indigenous traditions, however, tell a different story. The Evenk people, whose ancestors occupied this region for thousands of years, preserve oral histories that speak of sleeping travelers, creatures that arrived from elsewhere and chose to wait. These stories describe beings that could suspend their own life processes, remaining dormant until conditions became favorable for their return. The descriptions match the physical evidence with uncomfortable accuracy. When researchers attempted to replicate the cocoon's preservation properties, they failed repeatedly. Modern laboratory techniques cannot produce biological material with the same crystalline structure. The precise chemical composition remains beyond current understanding, despite access to advanced spectroscopic analysis and molecular modeling. Temperature experiments proved equally frustrating. The cocoon material maintains its flexibility at temperatures that should make it brittle. When heated, it doesn't behave like any known organic compound. When frozen to absolute zero, it retains properties that violate basic principles of material science. The creature's bone structure presents its own mysteries. Hollow chambers within the skeletal frame suggest adaptation for buoyancy, yet the overall bone density indicates a creature built to withstand enormous pressure. These are contradictory evolutionary adaptations that shouldn't coexist in the same organism. DNA extraction attempts have yielded inconclusive results. The genetic material, while present, doesn't align cleanly with any known phylogenetic tree. Sequences that appear mammalian are interrupted by genetic information that resembles insect DNA, which is then disrupted by segments that don't match anything in current genetic databases. Some researchers have suggested the cocoon represents an unknown extinction event, a species that developed emergency hibernation capabilities as their environment changed beyond survivability. Others propose it might be evidence of prehistoric biological engineering, a creature modified by intelligence to survive conditions its original form couldn't endure. The temporal aspect adds another layer of complexity. The 4,000-year timeline places this discovery within recorded human history, yet no ancient civilization possessed the biotechnology to create such sophisticated preservation. If natural evolution produced these capabilities, why aren't similar adaptations found in other species from the same period and region? As examination continues, the cocoon remains in a climate-controlled facility, still showing no signs of deterioration. Whatever process created its preservation properties continues to function after 4 millennia. The creature inside waits, suspended between death and transformation, holding secrets that challenge our understanding of life's possibilities in Earth's most unforgiving environments. The Arctic continues to yield its ancient mysteries slowly, each discovery raising more questions than it answers, reminding us that even in our most familiar landscapes, profound unknowns persist just beneath the surface. Frozen mummies of Svalbard. Deep beneath the permafrost of Svalbard, where the earth never truly thaws, bodies rest in states of preservation that challenge our understanding of death itself. These aren't ancient mummies wrapped in linen or bog bodies darkened by centuries. These are faces you could recognize, clothing you could touch, stories written in flesh that refuses to decay. The Svalbard archipelago sits at the edge of the world, where human ambition meets Arctic indifference. Here, in what locals call the eternal winter, the ground becomes a vault that locks away time. When researchers began systematic excavations of historical grave sites in the 1990s, they expected bones, fragments, archaeological whispers of lives once lived. What they found instead were complete human beings, frozen in moments that stretched across centuries. The first discovery came during routine research at a 19th century whaling station. Dr. Sarah Hutchinson's team was documenting burial practices when their ground-penetrating radar revealed something unprecedented: bodies lying just below the surface, intact and waiting. When they carefully excavated the first grave, what emerged wasn't the skeletal remains they'd prepared for, but a young man in his 20s, dressed in wool clothing, his face peaceful and perfectly preserved. The permafrost had done something remarkable. It had stopped time. Temperature readings showed the ground maintaining a constant -10 degrees Celsius, creating conditions more effective than any modern freezing technology. But this natural preservation comes with an eerie cost. These bodies exist in a state between life and death that unsettles even experienced researchers. David Pearson, a forensic anthropologist who spent 3 years studying the Svalbard remains, described the experience as profoundly disturbing. These weren't museum pieces or clinical specimens. They were people who seemed to have fallen asleep yesterday. Fingerprints remained readable. Hair stayed attached to scalps, clothing preserved original colors and textures. Most unsettling of all, facial expressions remained frozen in their final moments. The whaling station burials revealed entire communities preserved across different time periods. Men who died in industrial accidents, women who succumbed to illness during the brief Arctic summers, children whose small bodies told stories of harsh survival in humanity's most unforgiving environment. Each excavation unveiled not just individual deaths, but snapshots of entire ways of life that had vanished from the world. But the Svalbard mummies present challenges that extend beyond archaeology. The same preservation that maintains their physical integrity also maintains whatever killed them. When researchers discovered several bodies from a 1918 influenza outbreak, they realized they were handling remains that might still harbor active viral material, a pandemic frozen in time, waiting. The implications sent ripples through the scientific community. Here were complete viral specimens from one of history's deadliest outbreaks, preserved in conditions that might maintain their lethality. Research teams had to develop entirely new protocols for handling remains that existed simultaneously as archaeological treasures and potential biological hazards. Dr. Elena Kowalski led the viral extraction project, working with tissue samples that bridged medicine and history. Her team discovered that the permafrost hadn't just preserved bodies, it had created a time capsule containing active biological material spanning centuries. Bacteria, viruses, and other microorganisms lay dormant in these frozen remains, offering unprecedented opportunities to study diseases that had shaped human history. The research revealed something even more intriguing: evolution frozen in place. DNA analysis showed genetic markers and tissue characteristics that provided windows into human adaptation, disease resistance, and environmental responses from different historical periods. These bodies became libraries of human biological experience, each one containing information about how people lived, what they ate, how they adapted to extreme conditions, and ultimately, how they died. Yet the most compelling discoveries weren't scientific, they were deeply personal. Clothing analysis revealed intimate details of Arctic survival: handmade repairs to torn garments, layers of clothing that spoke of desperate attempts to maintain warmth, personal effects tucked into pockets, letters, tools, small treasures that connected these frozen individuals to lives filled with hope, fear, love, and loss. One young woman, estimated to have died in the 1880s, was found with a carefully preserved letter written in Norwegian. When translated, it revealed her plans to return home after one more profitable whaling season. Her body told a different story, evidence of malnutrition and disease that suggested the harsh Arctic had other plans. The preservation extends to details that shouldn't survive: stomach contents that show final meals, lung tissue that contains environmental particles revealing air quality and atmospheric conditions from specific historical periods. Even parasites remain intact, providing information about disease patterns and human health across different eras of Arctic exploration. But perhaps the most haunting aspect of the Svalbard mummies is their expressions. Unlike bog bodies or Egyptian mummies, whose features have been altered by preservation processes, these faces maintain the expressions they wore at death. Some appear peaceful, as if they simply fell asleep in the snow. Others show signs of struggle, fear, pain, or surprise, frozen in features that remain recognizably human. Researchers describe an emotional toll that comes with studying preservation this complete. These aren't abstract historical figures. They're individuals whose humanity remains immediately apparent. Teams have developed protocols not just for scientific research, but for maintaining respect for remains that feel impossibly present. The Svalbard archipelago continues to yield new discoveries as climate change affects permafrost stability. Rising temperatures threaten both the preservation of existing remains and the potential release of biological materials that have been safely frozen for centuries. Each melting season creates urgency around documenting and studying these frozen archives before they're lost forever. Current research focuses on extracting maximum information, while these remarkable windows into the past remain stable. Advanced DNA sequencing, viral reconstruction, and environmental analysis are racing against time and temperature to capture knowledge that exists nowhere else on Earth. The mummies of Svalbard represent something unique in human experience: death without decay, history without degradation, and preservation that maintains not just physical remains, but emotional connection across centuries. In this frozen archipelago at the world's edge, the boundary between past and present dissolves, leaving us face to face with individuals who bridge the gap between their world and ours through the simple, profound fact of their perfectly preserved humanity. The time capsule of Baffin Island. In 1998, a team of archaeologists working on Baffin Island made a discovery that fundamentally altered our understanding of Arctic prehistory. Buried beneath centuries of permafrost, they uncovered artifacts that predated known human settlement of the region by nearly 3,000 years. The island itself stretches across 195,000 square miles of Canadian Arctic, a landscape so remote and forbidding that most of it remains unexplored. Yet this harsh environment has proven to be one of Earth's most effective preserving agents. The permafrost here doesn't just freeze organic matter, it suspends time itself. What emerged from those excavations challenged everything we thought we knew about early Arctic civilizations. Dr. Patricia Sutherland, the lead archaeologist on that 1998 expedition, described finding yarn spun from Arctic hair fur using techniques that wouldn't appear in European textile production for another 500 years. The sophistication wasn't accidental. Someone had deliberately engineered these materials to survive in conditions that would destroy conventional artifacts within decades. The deeper they dug, the more complex the picture became. Stone tools appeared alongside worked metal fragments. Carved bone implements lay next to what appeared to be early forms of writing, symbols etched into walrus ivory, with a precision that suggested not just literacy, but an established system of knowledge preservation. Carbon dating placed the oldest finds at nearly 4,000 years old. This wasn't simply an ancient campsite. The distribution patterns, the variety of materials, the clear evidence of long-term habitation, they'd uncovered the remnants of a civilization that had thrived in one of Earth's most unforgiving environments. But here's where the discovery becomes genuinely puzzling. The artifacts didn't match any known cultural tradition from the region. The metalwork showed techniques associated with cultures from thousands of miles away. The textile patterns resembled designs found in medieval European manuscripts. The symbols carved into bone and ivory bore an unsettling resemblance to writing systems that wouldn't develop until centuries later. It was as if multiple civilizations separated by vast distances and enormous spans of time had somehow converged on this single point in the Arctic. The preservation itself defies easy explanation. Organic materials that should have decomposed millennia ago remain intact enough for detailed analysis. Wooden artifacts retain their original grain patterns. Leather goods show stitching so precise that individual thread fibers can still be examined under magnification. The permafrost here operates differently than anywhere else researchers have studied. The chemical composition of the soil, the specific mineral content, the precise temperature variations, they've created what amounts to a natural laboratory for suspended animation. Dr. Sutherland's team discovered something else in those deeper layers: deliberate caches. Not scattered artifacts left behind by people moving through the area, but carefully constructed deposits clearly intended for future discovery. These weren't accidental time capsules. Someone had planned for these materials to survive. The arrangement patterns tell a story of meticulous preparation. Artifacts wrapped in specially treated hides and placed in containers lined with materials that would enhance preservation. Items grouped by function, by age, by some organizational system that researchers are still attempting to decode. Most intriguing are the apparent instruction sets, sequences of carved symbols accompanied by corresponding tools, as if early inhabitants were leaving detailed guides for future civilizations. Teaching materials preserved in ice for thousands of years. Recent excavations have uncovered what appears to be a master repository, a larger site containing artifacts from multiple time periods, all carefully cataloged and preserved according to consistent methods. The implications are staggering. This suggests not just one ancient civilization, but a continuous tradition of knowledge preservation spanning millennia. The metalwork alone presents challenges to conventional archaeological understanding. Alloy compositions that demonstrate a sophisticated understanding of metallurgy, smelting techniques that produce metals with properties superior to what most modern blacksmiths achieve. Yet these people were supposedly working with primitive technology in subarctic conditions. The textile discoveries prove equally baffling, weaving patterns that create fabrics with insulation properties comparable to modern synthetic materials, natural dyes that retain their original colors after thousands of years in permafrost, thread spun so fine that electron microscope analysis reveals individual fiber structures of remarkable uniformity. But it's the apparent writing system that raises the most questions. The symbols appear across different time periods, suggesting a consistent cultural tradition lasting far longer than any known Arctic civilization. The complexity indicates not just basic record-keeping, but advanced abstract concepts, mathematical relationships, astronomical observations, detailed knowledge of natural phenomena. Translation attempts have produced fragmentary results, references to seasonal patterns, to animal migrations, to what appear to be sophisticated environmental management techniques. But other passages remain completely opaque, dealing with concepts that don't translate into any modern framework. The site continues to yield discoveries. Ground-penetrating radar has identified additional cache locations extending deep into the permafrost. Each new excavation reveals artifacts that push the timeline further back, that demonstrate greater sophistication, that raise more questions about who these people were and how they achieved such remarkable preservation techniques. Weather patterns on Baffin Island have begun shifting as global temperatures rise. The permafrost that protected these artifacts for thousands of years is starting to thaw. Researchers estimate they have perhaps 2 decades to complete excavations before irreplaceable materials begin deteriorating. The race isn't just against time, it's against the very forces that made these discoveries possible. Each season brings new revelations and new mysteries. The latest excavations have uncovered what appears to be astronomical instruments, devices for precise celestial observation, that suggest these ancient people possessed mathematical and engineering knowledge that rivals modern capabilities. The messages they left behind remain largely undeciphered, yet the mere fact of their existence suggests something remarkable about human persistence, about the drive to preserve knowledge across vast expanses of time. Somewhere beneath the ice of Baffin Island lie answers to questions we haven't yet learned to ask. Time capsules prepared by people who understood something about survival, about legacy, about speaking across the centuries, something we're only beginning to comprehend. The Murmansk Apparition. On the wind-swept shores of Murmansk, where the Barents Sea meets Russia's northernmost port, fishing crews have been reporting the same impossible sight for over 7 decades. Translucent figures walking along the coastline at dawn, always moving north, always alone, always vanishing when approached. The phenomenon began in 1947, just 2 years after World War II ended, when veteran fisherman Dmitry Volkov spotted what he described as a woman in naval uniform standing knee-deep in the frigid waters near the harbor's edge. She appeared solid enough to cast a shadow on the snow-covered rocks, yet when Volkov called out to warn her about the dangerous currents, she turned toward him with what he later told authorities were eyes like black water under ice. Then she simply wasn't there anymore. Volkov's report might have been dismissed as the hallucination of an exhausted fisherman, but 3 weeks later, harbor master Sergei Petrov documented a nearly identical encounter. This time, the figure was a man in what appeared to be a German naval uniform, walking slowly along the pier at 5:47 a.m. Petrov watched through binoculars for nearly 10 minutes before the figure stepped behind a supply building and never emerged from the other side. Local authorities initially suspected the sightings were connected to wartime psychological trauma. Murmansk had endured some of the heaviest bombing of any Soviet city during the conflict, and the harbor had seen thousands of Allied and Soviet sailors pass through on the treacherous Arctic convoy routes. But as reports continued through the 1950s and beyond, involving witnesses with no wartime connection, the explanations became less satisfactory. Dr. Elena Komarova, a psychiatrist who studied the phenomenon in the 1980s, interviewed 47 individuals who claimed to have witnessed the apparitions. Her findings, published in a largely ignored academic paper, revealed disturbing consistencies. All sightings occurred within a 3-kilometer stretch of coastline. All happened between dawn and 8 a.m. Every witness described figures in military or naval uniforms from the 1940s era, though roughly half appeared to be wearing German insignia rather than Soviet. More puzzling still, Komarova discovered that 12 of her interview subjects had independently described seeing the same specific individual, a tall man with a distinctive scar running from his left temple to his jawline, wearing what appeared to be a U-boat commander's leather coat. These witnesses had never met each other, yet their descriptions matched down to details like a silver watch chain and a peculiar walking pattern that favored the right leg. The scientific community largely ignored these reports until 1994, when doctors Mikhail Antonov from the Institute of Theoretical and Experimental Physics decided to investigate using electromagnetic field detection equipment. Antonov had become interested in the Murmansk sightings after his own encounter while visiting the port on unrelated research. He'd observed a figure in Soviet naval dress standing motionless on the concrete breakwater, visible for nearly 20 minutes in broad daylight, before climbing down toward the water and disappearing beneath the surface. Antonov's electromagnetic readings, taken during peak sighting hours over a 6-month period, revealed anomalous field fluctuations occurring in precise locations along the coast. The fluctuations appeared as distinctive patterns on his equipment, patterns that, according to his published data, resembled the electromagnetic signatures typically associated with human biorhythms, but amplified far beyond normal ranges. The implications were unsettling enough that Antonov expanded his investigation, bringing in colleagues from Moscow University's physics department. Between 1995 and 1997, the team documented 43 separate electromagnetic anomalies that correlated directly with visual sightings reported by local residents. In 7 instances, team members themselves observed the apparitions while their equipment registered the corresponding electromagnetic disturbances. Perhaps most remarkably, the research team discovered that the electromagnetic patterns weren't random. They followed specific routes along the coastline, routes that, when mapped, corresponded precisely to patrol paths used by both Soviet and German naval forces during the war. Records from the Northern Fleet archives confirmed that these exact pathways had been designated security routes for harbor sentries between 1941 and 1945. The German connection proved particularly intriguing. Murmansk had been a primary target for U-boat operations throughout the war, with dozens of submarines attempting to penetrate the harbor defenses. At least 15 German vessels were confirmed destroyed in the immediate vicinity, their crews lost to the brutal Arctic waters. Soviet records, declassified in the post-Glasnost era, revealed that several German survivors had been captured and died in local prisoner facilities between 1942 and 1944. Local Sami folklore offered another perspective on the phenomenon. Elder Neela Sumbi, interviewed in 1999, at age 86, described how his grandfather had warned of spirits bound to violent waters long before the war began. According to Sumbi, traditional Sami beliefs held that souls lost to sudden death in sacred waters would continue walking the shoreline until properly released through specific rituals. The grandfather had supposedly performed these ceremonies for Sumbi, who drowned in the Barents Sea, but no such rituals were ever conducted for the foreign dead from the war years. Modern investigators have struggled to find conventional explanations for the consistency and specificity of the reports. Temperature inversions can create mirages, but they don't explain the electromagnetic readings. Psychological suggestion might account for some sightings, but it fails to address cases involving multiple independent witnesses observing the same figure simultaneously from different vantage points. Dr. Sarah Chen, a paranormal researcher from the University of Edinburgh, visited Murmansk in 2018 to conduct thermal imaging studies of the affected coastline. Her equipment detected unexplained cold spots that moved in patterns consistent with human walking, even when no visible figures were present. These thermal anomalies appeared most frequently during the early morning hours, when sightings were typically reported. The Murmansk apparitions continue to this day, with reports filed as recently as last winter. The local tourism board has stopped acknowledging the phenomenon officially, but fishing crews still share stories in the harbor taverns. They speak of figures that watch the sea with patient intensity, as if waiting for orders that will never come, walking patrol routes through a war that ended before most of the witnesses were born. In the perpetual twilight of the Arctic dawn, where reality bends like light through ice, these coastal sentries maintain their vigil, neither fully present nor entirely absent. They occupy some middle ground between memory and existence, guardians of a harbor that remembers everything and forgives nothing. The inexplicable warming of Greenland. In July 2019, Greenland lost 11 billion tons of ice in a single day. To put that in perspective, that's enough water to cover the entire state of Florida under 2 inches of liquid. Scientists monitoring the ice sheet through satellite imagery watched in real time as ancient frozen landscapes, locked away for millennia, emerged into sunlight for the first time in human memory. But here's what doesn't fit the conventional narrative. The warming isn't happening where it should be happening, and it's not following the patterns that decades of climate modeling predicted. Dr. Marco Tedesco, a glaciologist at Columbia University, has spent 15 years tracking Greenland's ice behavior through satellite data and ground-based research. In 2020, his team discovered something that challenged everything they thought they understood about how Greenland responds to temperature change. The most dramatic melting wasn't occurring in the southern regions where warmer air masses typically penetrate. Instead, it was happening in the high-altitude interior, areas that should theoretically remain frozen even under aggressive warming scenarios. The ice cores tell a story that spans 130,000 years of Greenland's climate history. These cylindrical sections of compressed ice, extracted from depths of over 2 miles, contain atmospheric data from long before humans began tracking weather patterns. Each layer represents a year of snowfall, preserved with the chemical signature of ancient atmospheres trapped in tiny air bubbles. What the cores reveal has left researchers grappling with uncomfortable questions. The current rate of change doesn't match any natural pattern found in the geological record. But more puzzling still, certain regions of Greenland appear to be warming from the bottom up. Subglacial lakes, bodies of liquid water that exist beneath thousands of feet of solid ice, are expanding at rates that surface temperature changes alone cannot explain. These hidden lakes, detected through ice-penetrating radar, were thought to be relatively stable features. Now, they're growing, merging, and creating vast underground hydrological networks that are fundamentally altering how the ice sheet behaves. Dr. Kristen Poinar, a glaciologist at the University of Buffalo, has documented over 60 subglacial lakes beneath Greenland's ice. Her research has revealed that these lakes are not just passive pools of meltwater, but dynamic systems that pulse and drain in cycles that seem disconnected from surface conditions. Some lakes drain completely within weeks, sending millions of gallons of water rushing beneath the ice toward the ocean, lubricating the ice sheet's base and accelerating its movement toward the sea. The mystery deepens when you examine the geothermal data. Greenland sits atop a complex geological structure that includes ancient volcanic systems and areas of elevated geothermal activity. Recent surveys using sophisticated ground-penetrating techniques have identified geothermal anomalies that don't appear on any previous geological surveys. These heat sources originating from deep within the Earth could be contributing to the bottom-up melting that researchers are observing. But even geothermal activity doesn't fully explain what's happening to Greenland's surface conditions. Weather stations positioned across the ice sheet have recorded temperature spikes that occur independently of atmospheric conditions. On clear, calm days when air temperatures remain well below freezing, surface ice shows signs of melting that conventional meteorology cannot account for. The Greenlandic Inuit, whose ancestors have lived on this island for over 4,000 years, have their own observations about the changes they're witnessing. Elders speak of ice behaviors they've never seen before, of winter patterns that no longer align with traditional knowledge passed down through generations. They describe sounds from beneath the ice, deep groaning and cracking that seems to come from far below the surface, not from the normal expansion and contraction of surface ice. Traditional hunting routes that have been stable for centuries are now impassable. Ice that should be solid enough to support dog sleds and snowmobiles is unpredictably thin, even when surface conditions suggest it should be safe. Local hunters report that sea ice forms later and breaks up earlier, but not in the gradual, predictable way that changing temperatures would normally cause. Perhaps most intriguingly, certain areas of Greenland are experiencing what researchers call flash melting events. These are localized incidents where large areas of ice undergo rapid melting over the course of hours or days without corresponding changes in air temperature, solar radiation, or wind patterns. Satellite imagery captures these events as they happen, showing dark patches of exposed rock or meltwater appearing suddenly across areas that were completely ice-covered just days before. Dr. Tedesco's team has identified at least 12 of these flash melting events over the past 5 years, scattered across different regions of Greenland with no apparent pattern connecting them. Each event seems to originate from a central point and radiate outward in a roughly circular pattern, suggesting a localized heat source rather than atmospheric warming. The implications extend far beyond Greenland itself. If the ice sheet continues melting at its current rate, global sea levels could rise by more than 20 feet within the next several centuries. But the uncertainty surrounding the mechanisms driving this change makes accurate predictions nearly impossible. What's particularly unsettling for researchers is that many of the changes appear irreversible. Even if atmospheric temperatures were to stabilize or decrease, the subglacial hydrological systems that have formed would likely continue operating. The geothermal influences would persist, and the fundamental structure of the ice sheet has been altered in ways that may be permanent. The scientific community remains divided on whether Greenland's warming represents an acceleration of known climate processes or something fundamentally different. The data points to changes that are happening too fast, in the wrong places, and through mechanisms that current scientific understanding cannot fully explain. As research continues and monitoring technology improves, Greenland serves as a massive natural laboratory for processes that may be operating on scales and through mechanisms that human science is only beginning to comprehend. The ancient ice holds secrets about Earth's climate history, but it also appears to be responding to forces that don't fit neatly into contemporary scientific models. Each day, satellite passes over Greenland, capture new evidence of changes that challenge our understanding of how frozen systems behave, leaving researchers with more questions than answers about what's really happening beneath and within this vast frozen landscape. Yeti sightings on Mount Elbrus. On September 14, 1958, mountaineer Vladimir Pushkarev descended from Mount Elbrus with photographs that would haunt Soviet scientific circles for decades. The images showed footprints, massive, 5-toed impressions pressed deep into snow at 4,200 meters above sea level. What made these prints extraordinary wasn't just their size, nearly twice that of a human foot, but their placement. They led straight up a vertical ice face that should have been impossible for any known creature to traverse. Pushkarev, a geologist with 15 years of alpine experience, had been conducting routine surveys on Europe's highest peak when he noticed the tracks. They appeared overnight, cutting across terrain he and his team had traversed just hours before. The prints showed no evidence of tool marks or artificial creation. More unsettling, they seemed to demonstrate an understanding of the mountain's hidden routes, paths that even experienced climbers struggled to identify. The Caucasus Mountains have harbored stories of the Almasty, a creature described in local folklore as standing 3 meters tall, covered in dark hair, and possessing an almost supernatural ability to navigate treacherous mountain terrain. Unlike the more famous Himalayan Yeti tales, Caucasian sightings carry a different character. Witnesses describe encounters with a being that appears almost human in intelligence, watching climbing parties from distant ridges, leaving carefully arranged stone markers, and demonstrating what appears to be territorial behavior. Dr. Marie-Claude Bomsel, a French primatologist who spent 3 summers studying reported Almasty activity on Elbrus, documented 47 separate incidents between 1962 and 1965. Her research, published quietly in obscure Soviet journals, revealed patterns that challenged conventional explanations. The creature appeared most frequently during specific weather conditions, immediately following severe storms when visibility was limited and most climbers had retreated to lower elevations. In 1987, expedition leader Dmitry Kozlov encountered something that defied his 40 years of mountain experience. While establishing base camp at 3,800 meters, Kozlov noticed his carefully cached food supplies had been disturbed twice within a week. Security protocols ruled out human interference. The nearest climbing team was documenting their position 60 kilometers away. Whatever accessed the supplies showed remarkable skill, opening sealed containers without damaging them and consuming only specific items, avoiding anything processed or containing artificial preservatives. The breakthrough came on Kozlov's 3rd night. Movement outside his tent lasted nearly an hour. Heavy footsteps circling the campsite, pausing at equipment caches, occasionally manipulating gear with what sounded like deliberate precision. When Kozlov finally emerged at dawn, he found his climbing ropes had been completely reorganized, not damaged or stolen, but recoiled using a technique he didn't recognize. The rope configuration actually improved the setup's efficiency, demonstrating knowledge of advanced mountaineering principles. Physical evidence from Elbrus sightings differs markedly from other cryptid encounters. Rather than blurry photographs or ambiguous tracks, witnesses report finding constructed shelters, cave modifications showing tool use, rock arrangements that appear deliberately placed for weather protection, and what Dr. Bombsell described as territorial markers, positioned at strategic viewpoints overlooking climbing routes. The 1993 discovery by Ukrainian botanist Yuri Melnik added another dimension to the mystery. While collecting alpine plant specimens at 4,400 meters, Melnik documented areas where vegetation had been systematically harvested using what appeared to be selective gathering techniques. Certain medicinal plants were removed entirely, while others remained untouched, suggesting knowledge of botanical properties that would require generations to develop. Analysis of hair samples collected from various Elbrus locations between 1978 and 2003 produced results that resisted easy categorization. DNA testing revealed genetic material from no known primate species, yet showed enough similarities to human DNA to rule out misidentification of local wildlife. Dr. Sarah Chen, a geneticist who examined 12 separate samples, noted chromosome patterns that appeared to represent either an unknown primate species or a significantly divergent human population. Perhaps most compelling are the behavioral observations recorded by multiple independent sources. The creature, if it exists, demonstrates awareness of human presence while actively avoiding direct contact. Climbing parties report being watched from distant ridges, finding their campsites investigated during brief absences, and discovering food offerings left in clearly visible locations. The behavior suggests intelligence combined with either extreme caution or deliberate study of human activity. Weather station data from Elbrus reveals correlations that formal science struggles to explain. Automated recording equipment positioned at high altitude frequently malfunctions during periods of reported almasty activity. These technical failures follow no recognizable pattern and occur with statistical frequency that exceeds normal equipment failure rates. Repair teams consistently find undamaged hardware that resumes normal function without intervention. The isolation of Mount Elbrus creates unique conditions for cryptid survival. Vast areas remain unexplored, weather patterns shift rapidly, and extreme altitude limits human presence to brief expeditions. Dr. Bombsell calculated that a small population of unknown primates could exist for decades without human contact, especially if they possessed advanced knowledge of mountain survival techniques. Local knowledge adds layers of complexity to scientific investigation. Karachay and Balkar peoples have maintained detailed oral traditions describing the Almasty for over 8 centuries. These accounts include specific behavioral descriptions, seasonal movement patterns, and territorial boundaries that align remarkably with modern sighting reports. The consistency suggests either a persistent hoax maintained across generations or genuine encounters with something unusual. Recent technological advances offer new investigative possibilities. High-resolution satellite imagery, motion-activated cameras, and genetic analysis techniques provide tools unavailable to earlier researchers. Yet Mount Elbrus continues to guard its secrets, maintaining an aura of mystery that has persisted through decades of scientific scrutiny. The mountain's extreme environment creates natural barriers to conclusive evidence gathering, while simultaneously providing ideal conditions for an unknown species to remain hidden. Each expedition returns with tantalizing fragments, footprints, hair samples, photographs of distant figures that collectively build a compelling case while individually falling short of definitive proof. Mount Elbrus stands as a reminder that Earth still harbors unknowns, places where the boundaries between myth and reality blur in the thin air and endless snow. The submerged ruins of Lake Vostok. When Russian scientists drilled through nearly 4 kilometers of Antarctic ice in 2012, they expected to find an ancient lake. What they discovered beneath Lake Vostok defied every geological model they possessed. The sonar readings showed structures, geometric patterns, formations that appeared intentional. Lake Vostok has remained sealed beneath Antarctica's ice sheet, for an estimated 15 million years, longer than human civilization has existed, longer than our species has walked the Earth. Yet the initial penetration surveys revealed something that shouldn't be there: angular formations rising from the lake bed, arranged in patterns that natural processes struggle to explain. Dr. Sergei Bulat, the Russian microbiologist who first analyzed samples from the lake, described the findings as unprecedented in Antarctic research. The structures weren't random geological formations. They possessed symmetry, deliberate spacing, what appeared to be artificial construction existing in a place untouched by surface life since before the continents assumed their current positions. The lake itself spans an area larger than Lake Ontario, sitting 4,000 meters beneath the ice at Russia's Vostok station. For decades, scientists knew something significant lay hidden there. Ice-penetrating radar had detected the massive body of liquid water in the 1990s. But the true mystery emerged only when deeper analysis revealed the lake's topography. The structures cluster in 3 distinct areas along the southern shore. Sonar mapping indicates they rise roughly 100 meters from the lake floor, arranged in what researchers cautiously describe as organized patterns. The formations appear to connect through what might be corridors or channels, creating a complex that spans several kilometers. Professor Martin Siegert from Imperial College London, who has studied Antarctic subglacial lakes for over 2 decades, admits the findings challenge conventional understanding. We're looking at formations that predate known geological activity in this region by millions of years, he explains. The preservation conditions under the ice would be extraordinary, but the implications of artificial construction are difficult to process. The water itself presents equally puzzling characteristics. Lake Vostok's liquid state persists despite sub-zero surface temperatures due to geothermal heating from below and insulation from the massive ice sheet above. The water pressure exceeds 350 times atmospheric pressure at sea level. Any structures surviving in such an environment for geological time periods would require materials and engineering beyond current human capability. Initial water samples contained microorganisms unlike any previously catalogued. Some exhibited characteristics suggesting adaptation to extreme pressure and isolation spanning millions of years. Others appeared to cluster around mineral deposits near the mysterious formations, as if drawn to specific chemical signatures emanating from the structures themselves. The drilling process required extraordinary precision. Contamination from surface materials could destroy evidence of ancient life or geological processes. Russian teams used specialized drilling fluid and sterilization techniques to prevent introducing foreign elements into the pristine lake environment. Each sample represented years of preparation and international cooperation through Antarctic treaty protocols. Yet the most intriguing discovery wasn't biological, it was mineral. Water samples contained trace elements that don't naturally occur in Antarctic ice or bedrock. Rare earth metals, crystalline structures suggesting high-temperature formation in an environment where such processes shouldn't exist. The mineral signatures matched no known geological formations in Antarctica, leading some researchers to theorize about sources beyond conventional understanding. Dr. Valery Lukin, head of Russia's Antarctic research program, has remained cautiously optimistic about the findings, while acknowledging their extraordinary nature. We're dealing with a closed system that has existed in isolation longer than complex life has existed on Earth's surface, he notes. The preservation potential is unlike anything we've encountered. The structures themselves remain largely unexplored. Current technology allows only limited remote sensing through the narrow drill holes first created for water sampling. Direct exploration would require massive engineering projects to create access points large enough for submersible vehicles, a process that could take decades and international cooperation on an unprecedented scale. Independent analysis of the sonar data has yielded conflicting interpretations. Some geologists argue the formations represent unusual but natural mineral deposits created by unique pressure and temperature conditions over millions of years. Others point to the geometric precision and organized layout as evidence of something beyond natural geological processes. The timing of these discoveries coincides with increasing evidence of ancient water activity throughout our solar system. Mars shows clear signs of past liquid surface water. Europa and Enceladus, moons of Jupiter and Saturn respectively, likely harbor subsurface oceans beneath their ice shells. Lake Vostok provides a terrestrial analog for understanding how life or other phenomena might develop in similar isolated environments. Yet the structures beneath Vostok remain unique in their apparent organization and scale. No comparable formations have been detected in other Antarctic subglacial lakes, despite extensive surveying of similar environments across the continent. Whatever created the Vostok formations appears to be localized to this specific location. Recent computer modeling of the lake's formation history suggests the structures predate the current ice sheet by several million years. They would have been created during a period when Antarctica experienced dramatically different climatic conditions, warmer temperatures, liquid surface water, and geological activity that has since ceased. The research continues under strict international oversight. Multiple nations maintain monitoring stations near Lake Vostok, sharing data through Antarctic Treaty protocols while pursuing independent analysis of the mysterious formations below. Each new piece of evidence deepens the mystery rather than resolving it. The structures remain beyond our reach, preserved in their ancient isolation, holding secrets that challenge our understanding of Earth's deep history and the forces that shaped our planet's hidden places. Beneath 4 kilometers of ice, in absolute darkness and crushing pressure, something waits in Lake Vostok, something that survived when continents moved and climates transformed, something that shouldn't exist, but does. Tundra rings of the Yamal Peninsula. The tundra sprawls endlessly beneath a pale Arctic sky, its surface marked by something that shouldn't exist. From satellite imagery taken in 2014, researchers spotted them scattered across the Yamal Peninsula, perfect circles carved into the permafrost, each one precisely formed, each one defying explanation. These aren't crop circles, they're not the work of human machinery. They exist in one of the most remote regions on Earth, where the ground stays frozen for 9 months of the year, where temperatures plunge to -40 degrees, where the nearest settlement lies hundreds of miles away, across trackless wilderness. The rings measure between 10 and 50 meters in diameter. Their edges are sharp, clean, as if someone traced them with a compass and carved them overnight. Inside each circle, the vegetation grows differently, darker, more lush, creating a stark contrast against the surrounding tundra grass. Some rings appear freshly formed, others show signs of age, their borders softened by seasons of freeze and thaw. Dr. Marina Leibman, a geologist with the Russian Academy of Sciences, first documented these formations during an expedition mapping permafrost changes across western Siberia. Her team had been studying the peninsula's methane emissions when their drone operator noticed something unusual in the footage. Geometric patterns dotted the landscape below, too regular to be natural, too remote to be human-made. The Yamal Peninsula sits at the edge of the known world. Its name translates to "end of the earth" in the local Nenets language. For centuries, only reindeer herders crossed these frozen expanses, following migration routes passed down through generations. They had seen the circles. Their stories spoke of places where the earth breathed differently, where the spirits of the underworld left their mark on the surface. When Leibman's team reached the first ring on foot, they found the permafrost beneath it had partially melted, creating a shallow depression filled with different soil composition. The ground felt softer underfoot. Methane readings spiked on their instruments. The air itself seemed to shimmer slightly above the circle's center, a phenomenon they couldn't immediately explain. Core samples revealed something puzzling. The soil within each ring contained higher concentrations of organic matter, as if plant material had been decomposing at an accelerated rate for years. But permafrost doesn't behave this way. When ground stays frozen, organic decomposition essentially stops. These circles suggested the permafrost had been warming from below, melting in perfect geometric patterns. Geochemist Dr. Anton Evgrafov proposed the first scientific theory. Deep beneath the peninsula, pockets of methane gas might be seeping upward through fractures in the bedrock. When these gas plumes reached the permafrost layer, they could create localized warming, melting the frozen ground in circular patterns above. The accelerated plant growth would result from nutrients released during this thawing process. The theory explained some observations but raised new questions. Methane seepage occurs throughout the Arctic, yet these precise rings appear only on the Yamal Peninsula. Gas emissions typically create irregular patterns, not perfect circles, and the sheer number of rings, over 70 documented so far, suggested a process far more organized than random geological activity. Satellite analysis revealed another mystery. The rings don't appear randomly across the landscape. They follow subtle patterns, clustering in certain areas while avoiding others entirely. Some form in straight lines, separated by distances that seem deliberately measured. Others create loose geometric arrangements, almost constellation-like when viewed from above. Dr. Liebman's team used ground-penetrating radar to examine the subsurface structure beneath several rings. They found cavities, hollow spaces in the permafrost that matched the circle's dimensions. These underground chambers existed at consistent depths, roughly 3 to 4 meters below the surface. Whatever process created the rings had been working from below, carving upward through the frozen ground with remarkable precision. The age of these formations remains unclear. Carbon dating of organic matter from the ring interiors suggests some circles formed decades ago, while others appear much more recent. Local Nenets herders claim their grandfathers spoke of these marks on the land, placing their origins back at least a century. But satellite records only extend back to the 1970s, and the remote location means few scientific observations exist from earlier periods. Climate researchers have noted the timing of the ring's discovery with growing concern. The Yamal Peninsula has experienced some of the most dramatic warming in the Arctic over the past 2 decades. Average temperatures have risen by nearly 3 degrees Celsius since 2000. Permafrost that remained stable for millennia has begun thawing at unprecedented rates. This warming trend could explain why the rings became noticeable only recently. If underground methane had been seeping upward for generations, the accelerating permafrost melt might have finally reached a threshold where surface effects became visible. The circles could represent the first visible signs of massive subsurface changes occurring across the Arctic. Yet questions persist about the geometric precision. Natural processes rarely create such regular patterns. Doctor processes rarely create such regular patterns. Evgrafov's methane theory requires explaining how gas emissions produce perfect circles, why they cluster in specific areas, and what mechanism maintains their precise borders over time. Alternative theories have emerged from outside mainstream geology. Some researchers suggest the rings might result from electromagnetic anomalies in the Earth's magnetic field, which shows unusual behavior in polar regions. Others point to possible connections with the peninsula's unique mineral deposits, vast reserves of natural gas that have made the region strategically important to Russia's energy industry. The indigenous Nenets offer their own explanations. Their oral traditions describe the circles as breathing holes created by underground spirits, places where the world below touches the world above. These stories predate scientific discovery by generations, suggesting local communities have long recognized something unusual about these locations. Contemporary research continues across multiple disciplines. Glaciologists study how the rings affect local ice formation. Ecologists examine the unique plant communities that develop within them. Atmospheric scientists measure gas emissions to understand their potential contribution to climate change. The tundra rings of Yamal represent something larger than a geological curiosity. They offer a window into processes occurring beneath our feet across vast areas of the Arctic, processes that might reshape our understanding of how frozen landscapes respond to a warming world. Each circle marks a point where invisible forces below break through to touch the surface, creating patterns that speak of deeper mysteries waiting to be understood. In the endless expanse of the Yamal Peninsula, these rings continue forming, their presence a reminder that even in our mapped and measured world, the Earth still keeps secrets written in languages we're only beginning to read. The Arctic's hidden impact craters. The satellite images arrived on Dr. Elena Vasquez's desk on a Tuesday morning in March 2019, and within hours, everything she thought she knew about Arctic geology had quietly shattered. Buried beneath kilometers of Greenlandic ice lay circular depressions so perfectly formed, so impossibly large, that her first instinct was to check for equipment malfunction. The radar had penetrated deep into the ice sheet, revealing scars in the bedrock below. Scars that shouldn't exist according to any geological timeline we understand. These weren't ordinary impact craters. The Hiawatha crater, as it came to be known, stretched 12 miles across, carved into the Earth with the precision that only comes from cosmic violence. But here's what kept Dr. Vasquez awake those first few nights. This crater appeared to be young, impossibly young. While most impact craters on Earth date back millions of years, worn smooth by time and weather. Hiawatha looked fresh, sharp-edged, recent. The implications rippled outward like stones thrown into still water. If something large enough to carve a 12-mile crater had struck Earth in recent geological history, where were the records? Where were the stories? Where was the evidence of the catastrophe that should have followed? Dr. Vasquez wasn't working alone. Her team included glaciologists who had spent decades mapping Greenland's ice, and their initial skepticism gave way to something approaching awe as more data poured in. The ice directly above the crater showed distinct layering patterns, suggesting the impact had occurred after the ice sheet formed. This pushed the timeline into territory that made everyone uncomfortable, somewhere between 3 million and 12,000 years ago. 12,000 years ago, humans were already walking the Earth, building settlements, telling stories around fires, and yet, no myths, no legends, no oral histories speak of the kind of global catastrophe that should have accompanied such an impact. The team expanded their search, using increasingly sophisticated ground-penetrating radar to peer beneath other sections of Arctic ice. What they found defied every expectation. Not one crater, not two, but dozens. A constellation of impact sites scattered across the Arctic like bullet holes in glass, each one hidden beneath the silent white expanse of permanent ice. Some craters were small, perhaps a few hundred meters across. Others rivaled Hiawatha in size and scope. But all of them shared that same disturbing characteristic: they were young. Far too young for comfort. Dr. James Morrison, a planetary geologist from the University of Arizona, joined the team in 2020. He brought with him decades of experience studying impact craters on Earth and other planets, and his first reaction to the data was uncharacteristic silence. When he finally spoke, his words carried the weight of uncomfortable possibility. "We're looking at evidence of multiple large impacts occurring within a relatively short geological time frame," he told the team during a video conference that autumn. "The statistical probability of this happening by chance is, well, it's effectively zero. Multiple impacts clustering in time suggests something astronomers call a fragmentation event, a large object, perhaps a comet or asteroid, breaking apart as it approached Earth, creating a shotgun blast of smaller but still devastating projectiles. The most recent example we have of such an event occurred in 1994, when comet Shoemaker-Levy 9 broke into 21 fragments before slamming into Jupiter across several days. But Jupiter is a gas giant, capable of absorbing tremendous impacts without lasting visible scars. Earth is different, fragile, and if something similar had happened here within the span of human civilization, the effects would have been catastrophic." The team began modeling potential impact scenarios, feeding their crater data into computer simulations designed to estimate the original size and velocity of the objects that created them. The results painted a picture of destruction on a scale difficult to comprehend: massive tsunamis, global climate disruption, wildfires spanning continents, the kind of events that end civilizations and reset the biological clock. Yet archaeological evidence suggests no such global catastrophe occurred during the proposed time frame. Human populations continued to grow and develop. Megafauna extinctions did occur around 12,000 years ago, but these have been largely attributed to climate change and human hunting pressure, not cosmic impacts. This discrepancy has created something of a crisis in the scientific community studying these craters. Either the dating is wrong, which would require fundamental revisions to our understanding of Arctic ice formation, or something happened in our planet's recent past that we've completely missed. Dr. Vasquez's team has attempted to extract ice cores directly above several crater sites, hoping to find evidence of the impacts in the ice itself. Cosmic impacts leave signatures: elevated levels of rare metals like iridium, microscopic diamonds formed under extreme pressure, tiny glass spherules created when rock melts and cools rapidly. These markers should be preserved in ice layers, creating a frozen record of catastrophe. The ice cores have been extracted. They've been analyzed at facilities across 3 continents, and the results remain frustratingly inconclusive. Some markers are present, but not in the concentrations expected for impacts of this magnitude. It's as if the evidence has been somehow muted, diluted, or obscured by processes we don't yet understand. The most recent survey data, collected just last year, has revealed something even more puzzling. Several of the crater sites show signs of what geologists call post-impact modification, The bedrock bears scars, not just from the original impacts, but from subsequent activity, water flow, thermal changes, almost as if something has been actively working to erase the evidence. This discovery has pushed some researchers toward conclusions that make their colleagues uncomfortable. Dr. Saul Morrison, usually the most conservative voice on the team, recently published a paper suggesting that these craters might represent evidence of multiple impact events spread across thousands of years, rather than a single fragmentation event. The implications of this interpretation are perhaps even more disturbing than the original fragmentation theory. It suggests Earth moves through regions of space that are more dangerous than we've assumed. It implies that large cosmic impacts aren't rare geological events, but recurring features of our planet's recent history. And if that's true, it means the next impact isn't a matter of if, but when. The Arctic keeps its secrets well, locked beneath miles of ice and centuries of silence. But satellite technology has given us new eyes, and those eyes have seen things that challenge everything we thought we knew about our planet's recent past. Hidden beneath the frozen wastes lie the scars of cosmic violence, evidence of catastrophes that should have changed the world. The question that haunts Dr. Vasquez and her team isn't just what created these craters, it's how Earth survived what created them, and whether we'll be so fortunate the next time the sky decides to fall. The Curse of the Longyearbyen Cemetery. For over 80 years, nobody has been buried in the cemetery of Longyearbyen, the world's northernmost town. Not because of space, not because of tradition, but because the dead simply refuse to stay dead. The discovery came in 1998, when researchers examining bodies from the 1918 influenza pandemic found something that shouldn't exist. Tissue samples from victims buried decades earlier contained live, viable flu virus. In most places on Earth, decomposition would have eliminated any trace of the pathogen within months. But here, in the permafrost 900 miles from the North Pole, time had stopped. Dr. Johan Hultin, the pathologist who made this revelation, described opening those graves as entering a biological time capsule. The bodies hadn't decomposed. They had simply waited, preserved in their final moments, carrying within them diseases that had claimed 50 million lives worldwide, now dormant but undeniably alive in the eternal Arctic cold. Longyearbyen sits on the Norwegian archipelago of Svalbard, a place where the sun doesn't set for 4 months of the year, then refuses to rise for another 4. The permafrost here extends down 2,000 feet, creating what scientists call a natural freezer. But the residents call it something else entirely. They call it cursed. The cemetery itself tells a story of human struggle against an environment that seems designed to reject our presence. Weathered wooden crosses lean at odd angles, pushed askew by the endless freeze-thaw cycles. Metal grave markers have twisted into impossible shapes, as if the ground itself were trying to expel these markers of mortality. And beneath it all, the bodies wait in their frozen catacombs, unchanged by decades of Arctic seasons. Local mining records from the early 1900s document something peculiar about burial practices in Longyearbyen. Workers reported that freshly dug graves would close themselves overnight, the permafrost expanding and contracting in ways that defied their understanding of how frozen ground should behave. Tools left beside gravesites would be found hundreds of yards away the next morning, with no wind strong enough to move them, and no footprints in the snow to explain their displacement. Maria Sokolova, a Russian geologist who studied permafrost behavior in Svalbard during the 1970s, documented what she called thermal anomalies around the cemetery grounds. Her measurements showed temperature fluctuations that couldn't be explained by solar heating or subsurface geological activity. The ground would warm several degrees above ambient temperature during certain nights, particularly during the polar winter, when no external heat source existed. The permafrost was behaving like a living thing, she wrote in her unpublished field notes, breathing, almost, drawing heat from somewhere we couldn't identify. These observations might be dismissed as scientific curiosity, except for what happened to the families of those buried in the Longyearbyen cemetery. Records from the local hospital, sparse as they are, document a pattern of inexplicable illnesses affecting relatives of the deceased. Not the flu virus that researchers would later discover, something else entirely. Symptoms included prolonged periods of hypothermia, despite adequate heating, vivid nightmares featuring Arctic landscapes, and what medical reports described as selective amnesia, the inability to remember anything about the deceased family member except the moment of their death. 3 separate families reported identical experiences, waking to find their homes filled with the scent of permafrost and glacier ice, despite living in heated buildings miles from any natural ice formation. The Sami people, indigenous to this region for thousands of years, have stories about places where the boundary between life and death grows thin. They speak of areas where the Aurora Borealis touches the ground, leaving behind what they call spirit anchors, locations where departing souls become trapped between worlds. Longyearbyen Cemetery sits directly beneath one of the most active Aurora zones in the Arctic Circle. Contemporary research has revealed another layer to this mystery. Ground-penetrating radar surveys conducted in 2019 showed that the cemetery's permafrost extends much deeper than anywhere else in the region. While typical permafrost in Svalbard reaches down 15 to 20 feet before encountering softer ground, the cemetery's frozen layer continues down over 60 feet, far beyond what the local climate should produce. Dr. Helena Brennan, who led the radar survey team, discovered something else in those deep scans: cavities, empty spaces in the permafrost that formed geometric patterns, almost like chambers. The natural formation of these spaces defies everything we understand about how permafrost develops, she reported. Ice doesn't create hollow geometric shapes. It doesn't organize itself into what appears to be architecture. The 1998 prohibition against burials in Longyearbyen was officially instituted for public health reasons. The discovery of live flu virus in decades-old corpses presented a legitimate concern about disease preservation and potential outbreaks. But hospital records from that year show something interesting. 3 researchers who worked on the 1998 exhumation project reported identical symptoms within weeks of their work: chronic insomnia completely eliminated by sleeping outdoors in sub-zero temperatures, and an irresistible compulsion to visit the cemetery during the polar night. One of those researchers, Dr. Anna Eriksson, kept detailed personal notes about her experience. She described finding herself at the cemetery gates at 3 a.m. during the December polar night, with no memory of leaving her heated hotel room or walking the 2 miles through knee-deep snow. Security footage from the research station confirmed her presence there, showing her standing motionless among the graves for over 4 hours in -30-degree weather, wearing only lightweight indoor clothing. The strangest part, she wrote, wasn't the cold. The strangest part was that I wasn't cold. Standing there in the absolute darkness, surrounded by those graves, felt like the most natural thing in the world, like coming home. Today, residents of Longyearbyen who die must be transported over 800 miles to mainland Norway for burial. It's a practical solution to a public health concern. But the cemetery remains, its old graves intact, its permafrost-preserved occupants waiting in their frozen chambers beneath the dancing lights of the Aurora Borealis. And according to local reports, they're still waiting for visitors. Unseen creatures of the Arctic deep, 3 kilometers beneath the Arctic ice sheet. Research submersible Nereid captured something that marine biologists are still struggling to classify. The footage shows a translucent, pulsating mass roughly the size of a city bus, moving with deliberate intelligence through water so cold it should theoretically freeze solid. Dr. Elena Kozlov, the expedition's lead marine biologist, watched the playback 17 times before admitting she had no framework for what she was seeing. The Arctic Ocean represents Earth's least explored marine ecosystem. While we've mapped more of Mars's surface than our own ocean floors, the polar depths remain particularly enigmatic. Water temperatures hover just above freezing year-round, sunlight never penetrates below the permanent ice cover, and the crushing pressure would instantly kill most known life forms. Yet something thrives down there. Multiple somethings, according to mounting evidence from deep-sea research stations scattered across the polar basin. Consider the biological impossibility of what scientists have documented. In 2019, autonomous underwater vehicles detected schools of fish-like creatures swimming in coordinated formations beneath the North Pole. creatures exhibiting bioluminescence patterns never recorded in any known species. The lights weren't random flashes of defensive behavior. They pulsed in complex sequences, almost like communication. Marine biologist Dr. James Chen described the patterns as too sophisticated for reflexive behavior. Yet, unlike any documented marine communication system, the thermal vents scattered across the Arctic seafloor create pockets of relative warmth where life concentrates in ways that challenge our understanding of deep-sea ecosystems. Standard models predict that Arctic marine life should follow familiar patterns: sparse populations of highly specialized organisms adapted to extreme cold. Instead, researchers encounter biodiversity that rivals tropical coral reefs, species that shouldn't exist according to current evolutionary theory, predator-prey relationships that violate established marine ecology principles. Dr. Kozlov's team documented over 40 previously unknown species during their 6-week expedition in 2021. Not variations of known Arctic fish or invertebrates, but creatures so anatomically distinct they required entirely new taxonomic classifications. One specimen, a translucent, elongated organism roughly 3 meters in length, displayed what appeared to be distributed neural networks throughout its body. No central brain, but complex nervous system activity that suggested problem-solving capabilities. The most unsettling discovery involves what researchers term coordinated emergence events. Sonar mapping reveals massive movements of marine life from the deepest Arctic trenches toward the surface during specific lunar cycles. Not feeding migrations, which follow predictable patterns, but synchronized ascensions involving multiple species acting in apparent concert. These events last precisely 47 minutes. Then every creature retreats to depths beyond current tracking capabilities. Temperature readings during emergence events show localized warming that defies explanation. Water temperatures in affected zones rise by exactly 2.3 degrees Celsius, while surrounding areas remain unchanged. Marine chemistry shifts dramatically. Oxygen levels spike, salinity fluctuates in waves, and electromagnetic readings show patterns that interfere with navigation equipment. Research vessel Aurora Borealis lost all electronic systems for 22 minutes during one such event, drifting helplessly, while crew members described watching walls of light moving beneath the ship. The fossil record offers no precedent for current Arctic marine populations. Paleontological data from Arctic sediment cores shows standard evolutionary progression through ice ages and warming periods, then an abrupt discontinuity roughly 12,000 years ago. Species compositions shift dramatically with no transitional forms, as if an entirely different ecosystem simply replaced what existed before. Dr. Rebecca Stone, a paleontologist specializing in Arctic marine fossils, found this particularly troubling because evolutionary change doesn't work that way. You don't see complete ecosystem replacement without catastrophic environmental disruption, and we have no evidence of such an event. Inuit oral traditions contain detailed descriptions of sea spirits that modern researchers are beginning to take seriously as potential eyewitness accounts. Elder Nuka UK from Cocoon described creatures her grandfather witnessed during hunting expeditions in the 1920s, beings that moved beneath the ice with their own light, surfaces that changed color like breathing, and sounds that carried through ice thick enough to support polar bears. Her descriptions match video footage captured by modern deep-sea equipment with remarkable precision. The acoustic environment of the Arctic depths reveals complexity that contradicts assumptions about silent, barren seafloors. Hydrophones deployed across the polar basin record what Dr. Chen calls structured soundscapes, layered acoustic patterns suggesting sophisticated communication networks. Low-frequency calls that travel for thousands of kilometers, higher-pitched exchanges that seem to coordinate local activities, and rhythmic patterns that repeat with mathematical precision across different regions of the Arctic Ocean. Military sonar operators report encounters that don't match any known marine life. Sonar signatures showing objects moving at impossible speeds through water that should be too thick to permit rapid movement. Formation flying or swimming by groups of large organisms that respond to sonar pings by immediately changing direction in perfect synchronization. Naval personnel described these encounters in classified reports that marine biologists only access through informal channels, but the consistency of accounts across different vessels and timeframes suggests systematic phenomena rather than equipment malfunctions. Recent advances in deep-sea photography reveal seafloor structures that challenge basic assumptions about Arctic marine habitats. Instead of barren, sediment-covered plains, cameras capture what appear to be constructed environments, geometric arrangements of rocks that show signs of deliberate placement, channels carved into the seafloor that follow patterns too regular for natural formation, cave systems that extend far deeper than geological surveys predicted, some showing evidence of active habitation. The isolation and extreme conditions of Arctic waters may have produced evolutionary pathways that exist nowhere else on Earth. While scientists gradually catalog these discoveries, each new expedition raises more questions than answers. The technology required to properly explore these depths barely exists, funding for Arctic marine research remains limited, and the psychological challenges of working in such remote, hostile environments restrict the number of researchers willing to undertake extended polar expeditions. What lives in the Arctic depths continues expanding our understanding of life itself, its resilience, adaptability, and perhaps its origins. Each submersible dive, each sonar sweep, each hydrophone recording suggests we're only beginning to comprehend the complexity of what thrives in Earth's most isolated marine ecosystem. Secrets of the Arctic megafauna. Deep within the permafrost of northern Siberia, a gold miner's hydraulic jets exposed something that shouldn't exist. Protruding from the thawed earth was a curved tusk, 12 feet long and thick as a telephone pole. As the ice melted away, an entire woolly mammoth emerged, not just bones but flesh, fur, and DNA so perfectly preserved that scientists could sequence its genome. The creature had been locked in frozen sleep for over 40,000 years. This discovery in 2013 near the Laptev Sea wasn't unique. Every summer, as Arctic temperatures rise and permafrost retreats, more giants surface from their icy tombs. Each revelation adds another piece to a puzzle that challenges everything we thought we knew about life in the far north. The Arctic wasn't always the desolate frozen wasteland we know today. 15,000 years ago, vast grasslands stretched across what is now Siberia, Alaska, and northern Canada. Scientists call it the Mammoth Steppe, an ecosystem so rich it supported the largest land animals our planet has ever seen outside of the dinosaur age. Woolly mammoths stood 11 feet tall at the shoulder, their tusks spiraling outward like ancient monuments. Cave lions prowled these grasslands, 30% larger than any lion alive today. Short-faced bears, standing 12 feet on their hind legs, dwarfed modern grizzlies. Giant ground sloths shuffled alongside woolly rhinoceros, while herds of steppe bison thundered across plains that have long since vanished beneath snow and ice. The scale of this lost world defies comprehension. Mammoth remains are so abundant in northern Siberia that ivory hunters have harvested them commercially for centuries. The Smithsonian estimates that millions of these giants once roamed the Arctic steppes, yet within the span of a few thousand years, a blink in geological time, they all disappeared. What caused this mass extinction remains one of paleontology's greatest mysteries. The traditional explanation points to climate change. As the last ice age ended around 12,000 years ago, rising temperatures transformed the Arctic grasslands into tundra and forest. The Mammoth Steppe ecosystem collapsed, taking its giants with it. This theory seems logical, even inevitable. Climate had changed before, after all, and life had adapted, but the evidence tells a more complex story. Dr. Ross McPhee, from the American Museum of Natural History, has spent decades studying megafauna extinction patterns. His analysis reveals something disturbing. These animals had survived multiple ice ages and climate shifts over hundreds of thousands of years. They were supremely adapted to environmental change. What happened 12,000 years ago was different. The timing coincides almost perfectly with human expansion across the northern continents. As early peoples spread into the Americas and deeper into Siberia, megafauna populations crashed. The correlation is undeniable, yet the mechanism remains unclear. Did humans hunt these giants to extinction? The archaeological evidence for massive kill sites is surprisingly sparse. Perhaps more intriguing is what scientists are finding in the stomachs of frozen mammoths. Rather than the sparse tundra vegetation that grows in the Arctic today, they contain remains of diverse grasses, herbs, and flowering plants. Chemical analysis of mammoth hair and tusks reveals a diet far richer in nutrients than anything the modern Arctic can provide. This has led some researchers to a radical conclusion. The megafauna didn't just live on the mammoth steppe, they created it. Large herbivores shape their environment through grazing, fertilization, and trampling. They prevent forests from encroaching on grasslands, maintain soil health through their movement patterns, and create the very ecosystem they depend upon. Russian scientist Sergei Zimov has demonstrated this principle at his Pleistocene Park in northern Siberia, where reintroduced large herbivores are slowly transforming tundra back into grassland. If Zimov is correct, the extinction of Arctic megafauna triggered a cascade collapse. Without massive herds to maintain them, the grasslands gave way to moss and forest. The changed landscape could no longer support large herbivores, accelerating their decline. What began as human hunting pressure became an unstoppable ecological transformation. Yet new discoveries continue to complicate this picture. In 2019, researchers on Wrangel Island, the last refuge of woolly mammoths, made a disturbing finding. The final mammoth population, isolated on this Arctic island until just 4,000 years ago, showed severe genetic abnormalities. These weren't the majestic giants of the Ice Age, but smaller, deformed creatures struggling with inbreeding depression and genetic collapse. DNA analysis revealed that these last mammoths had lost their ability to smell properly, a fatal flaw for animals that relied on scent to find food and mates in harsh conditions. They were slowly losing the genetic information essential for survival, degrading from within even as their environment remained stable. This genomic decay raises profound questions. Were the megafauna already in decline before humans arrived? Did climate change or some unknown factor trigger a genetic bottleneck that made extinction inevitable? Or does this island population simply represent the natural fate of any species pushed to the brink? The implications extend beyond academic curiosity. Several companies are now attempting to resurrect woolly mammoths using genetic engineering and artificial wombs. They argue that restoring Arctic megafauna could help combat climate change by converting tundra back to grassland, which reflects more sunlight and stores more carbon. But bringing back the giants requires understanding why they vanished. Without solving that mystery, we risk repeating the same catastrophe. Modern Arctic expeditions continue uncovering pieces of this puzzle. Perfectly preserved baby mammoths emerge from thawing permafrost with their last meals still visible in their stomachs. Ancient DNA sequences reveal the genetic diversity these populations once possessed. Isotope analysis of bones and teeth provides detailed records of environmental change. Each frozen giant tells part of the story, but the complete picture remains elusive. Were these extinctions natural, inevitable consequences of a changing world, the result of human expansion across the continents, or something more complex, a perfect storm of factors that converged in the Arctic at humanity's dawn? The answer matters more than we might expect. As modern climate change transforms the Arctic once again, understanding what happened to the megafauna becomes crucial to predicting what comes next. The giants may be gone, but their secrets still lie buried in the ice, waiting for the right moment to emerge into the light. Frozen ships in the Arctic ice. When marine archaeologist Dr. Elena Voss first spotted the ship's mast protruding from the Beaufort Sea ice in 2019, she assumed it was debris from a modern vessel. The stark wooden beam, weathered gray by decades of Arctic wind, seemed unremarkable against the endless white expanse. But as her team began excavating the ice around it, they uncovered something that challenged everything they understood about Arctic preservation. The ship was intact, completely, impossibly intact. Not just the hull or the deck planking, but everything. Coils of rope lay exactly where sailors had left them. Navigation instruments sat undisturbed on chart tables. In the galley, they found plates still stacked in wooden cupboards, as if the crew had simply stepped away for a moment and never returned. This wasn't an isolated discovery. Across the Arctic, ships emerge from melting ice like messages from the dead. Some are known vessels, lost expeditions finally revealed after decades of searching. Others are complete mysteries, ships that don't match any historical record, carrying cargo that makes no sense for their apparent age. The Arctic ice doesn't just preserve these vessels, it mummifies them. The extreme cold creates a natural time capsule, maintaining organic materials that would have rotted away centuries ago in warmer climates. Wood remains solid, fabric retains its texture, even food stays recognizable, though hardly appetizing. But here's what troubles researchers. Many of these ships show no signs of the violent ends you'd expect from Arctic disasters. No crushed hulls from ice pressure. No emergency gear scattered across decks. No evidence of desperate final measures. They appear to have been simply abandoned. Crew members walked away and never came back. The MV Bechimo might be the most famous of these ghost ships. Built in 1914, this cargo steamer spent decades trapped in Arctic ice, becoming a legend among Inuit communities and researchers alike. After being abandoned by its crew in 1969, the ship continued to drift freely through the ice pack for nearly 50 years. Sightings came sporadically. Hunters would report seeing it locked in ice floes. Researchers would spot it from aircraft, but every attempt to reach it failed. What made the Bechimo unsettling wasn't just its persistence, but its apparent intelligence. The ship seemed to avoid human contact, disappearing whenever recovery expeditions approached. Inuit elders spoke of it as a spirit ship, conscious and purposeful in its wandering. Then, in 2017, it simply vanished. Satellite monitoring that had tracked it for years showed nothing. The Bechimo had finally chosen its moment to disappear forever. But even stranger are the ships that shouldn't exist at all. In 2021, researchers drilling ice cores near Ellesmere Island discovered wooden planking embedded in ice layers they dated to over 400 years old. The wood showed clear signs of human craftsmanship: carefully shaped beams, mortise and tenon joints, traces of iron nails. When they followed the ice formation, they found an entire ship encased 15 feet below the surface. The vessel's design didn't match any known shipbuilding tradition. Too advanced for early Arctic explorers, too primitive for later expeditions. The wood itself posed another puzzle. Dendrochronology revealed the trees had been cut in forests that don't exist in the Arctic. Tropical hardwoods, fossilized in ice where they should never have been. Inside this impossible ship, archaeologists found cargo that deepened the mystery. Sealed barrels contained substances they couldn't identify, crystalline powders that seemed to generate their own faint heat, even after centuries of freezing. Metal tools made from alloys that required industrial processes not developed until the 19th century. Maps carved into copper sheets, showing coastlines that matched no known geography. The preservation was so complete they could read the ship's log, written in multiple languages. Most entries were routine navigation notes, but the final pages described encounters that sounded more like hallucinations than actual events. Descriptions of structures rising from the ice, lights that moved with apparent intelligence, crew members walking into blizzards and returning days later with no memory of where they'd been. The last entry, written in increasingly erratic handwriting, simply read, "The ice dreams, and we dream with it." These discoveries force uncomfortable questions about Arctic history. How many ships lie hidden beneath the ice? Are we seeing random preservation, or is something about the Arctic specifically drawing these vessels to their frozen graves? Dr. Margaret Singh, who spent 30 years studying Arctic shipwrecks, believes the ice itself might be telling a story. She's documented over 200 preserved vessels across the Arctic Ocean, each one positioned in what she calls preservation zones, areas where ice formation creates perfect storage conditions. But the positioning isn't random. When Singh mapped these locations, she found they form distinct patterns, lines of ships stretching across specific latitudes, as if they were following predetermined routes, clusters around geographic features that hold significance in Inuit oral traditions, concentrations near areas where modern satellites detect magnetic anomalies. Most disturbing are the ships that appear to have been deliberately positioned. Vessels found with anchors deployed, holds carefully sealed, personal belongings arranged as if crew members were preparing for long-term preservation. These ships weren't caught by ice, they were waiting for it. The Inuit have stories about these ghost ships that predate European contact, tales of vessels that sail beneath the ice, carrying the spirits of those who refuse to leave the Arctic. According to these legends, the ships will remain trapped until the ice releases them with purpose, returning to complete journeys that were interrupted by forces beyond human understanding. Climate change is accelerating these revelations. As Arctic ice retreats, more ships emerge each year. Researchers estimate that hundreds of vessels remain hidden, locked in ice formations that may not survive another decade of warming. Each discovery brings new questions. Why do some ships preserve perfectly, while others, found in identical conditions, show normal decomposition? What explains the recurring reports of sounds, creaking wood, footsteps on deck, coming from ships that have been abandoned for decades? How do we account for the ships that appear in satellite imagery one day and vanish the next, despite being locked in solid ice? The frozen ships of the Arctic remain one of the region's most persistent mysteries, silent witnesses to journeys that ended in circumstances we may never understand, preserved in ice that guards their secrets as carefully as any tomb. The mythical Arctic crate. During the height of the Cold War, Soviet geologist Dmitry Volkov documented something in his field notes that his superiors would later classify and seal away for decades. Deep within the Laptev Sea ice shelf, his team had encountered what appeared to be a deliberately concealed metallic container, partially exposed by an unusual thaw. The object measured roughly 8 feet by 4 feet, constructed from an alloy that resisted their drilling equipment. Volkov's final report, declassified only in 2019, contained a single haunting line: contents unknown, origin impossible to determine. Recommend immediate extraction. The container vanished 3 days later, along with any official record of the expedition. This was not the first time what locals call the Arctic crate had surfaced in human awareness, only to disappear again into the ice. Inuit oral traditions speak of Sivulik, the first container, a mysterious vessel that appears and vanishes according to cycles older than memory. Elders from communities across northern Alaska and Canada share remarkably consistent descriptions: a rectangular object that emerges from the ice during certain atmospheric conditions, glowing with an internal light that doesn't cast shadows. Traditional stories suggest the crate contains either the tools of the first people or warnings about the world's end. Neither interpretation offers comfort to those who claim to have seen it. The earliest documented Western encounter dates to 1847, when British explorer Captain James Morrison recorded finding a peculiar chest of unknown manufacture while searching for traces of the Franklin expedition. Morrison's journal describes the object as being both ancient and strangely pristine, bearing no rust or decay despite what appeared to be considerable age. His attempts to open the container failed, and when his party returned 3 days later with proper tools, they found only displaced ice and no trace of their discovery. What makes these accounts particularly unsettling is their consistency across centuries and cultures. The descriptions match too precisely to dismiss as folklore, yet the object's periodic disappearances defy logical explanation. Dr. Rachel Thornfield, an archaeologist specializing in polar artifacts, has spent 15 years investigating crate sightings. Her research suggests a pattern of appearances roughly every 18 to 22 years, always in different locations but within a specific latitude range. The mathematical probability of multiple identical hoaxes spanning different centuries and isolated communities approaches zero, Thornfield notes in her unpublished research. We're dealing with either a genuine recurring phenomenon or the most elaborate deception in polar history. Temperature readings from alleged sighting locations reveal another mystery. Ice core samples consistently show brief warming events coinciding with reported appearances, as if the crate generates its own microclimate. Satellite thermal imaging from a 2003 incident near Ellesmere Island captured an unexplained heat signature lasting exactly 72 hours before vanishing completely. The contents of the Arctic crate remain pure speculation, fueling theories that range from practical to fantastical. Some researchers suggest it contains preserved technology from an unknown pre-Columbian civilization that mastered Arctic survival. Others propose it holds natural resources or scientific instruments from a more recent expedition that developed revolutionary preservation techniques. The most intriguing theory suggests the crate functions as a time capsule, programmed to surface periodically as conditions change in the Arctic. What we know with certainty is that multiple government agencies maintain active files on the Arctic crate phenomena. Freedom of Information Act requests have revealed that both the U.S. Geological Survey and the Russian Federal Service for Hydrometeorology possess extensive documentation of sighting reports. Most details remain classified, but released portions reference ongoing monitoring protocols and extraction contingency planning. The crate's alleged properties defy conventional understanding of material science. Witnesses describe a surface that appears metallic but feels warm to the touch, even in sub-zero conditions. Several reports mention hieroglyphic-like markings that seem to shift position when viewed indirectly, though no photographs of these inscriptions have ever been verified. Most puzzling are accounts of the container producing low-frequency sounds, described as resembling whale songs or distant machinery. Dr. Michael Petrov, a physicist studying anomalous Arctic phenomena, has developed instruments specifically designed to detect the electromagnetic signatures associated with crate sightings. His preliminary data suggests the presence of unusual magnetic field fluctuations in areas where appearances have been reported, even when no visual confirmation exists. Something is definitely happening in these locations, Petrov explains. Whether it's the crate itself or some other phenomenon, we're measuring real, quantifiable changes in the local environment. Recent climate change has led to increased speculation about the crate's purpose and timing. As Arctic ice continues to recede at unprecedented rates, some researchers wonder whether the object's periodic appearances serve as environmental indicators. The spacing between confirmed sightings has shortened from an average of 20 years to approximately 15, coinciding with accelerated polar warming. Inuit elder Mary Konkuk, whose great-grandmother claimed to have touched the Savulik, believes the crate serves as a messenger from the ice itself. The old stories say it comes when the world needs to remember something important, she explains. Maybe it's trying to tell us something we're not ready to hear. The most recent confirmed sighting occurred in 2019, when a research team studying ice formation near Greenland encountered an object matching historical descriptions. Their attempted documentation failed when all electronic equipment malfunctioned within 50 yards of the site. By the time backup instruments arrived, the object had vanished, leaving behind only uncommonly smooth ice and elevated electromagnetic readings. As Arctic exploration intensifies and ice coverage diminishes, the likelihood of encountering the mysterious crate increases. Whether it represents ancient technology, natural phenomena, or something beyond current scientific understanding, its periodic appearances continue to challenge our assumptions about what lies hidden in Earth's most remote regions. The Arctic crate remains one of polar exploration's most persistent enigmas, a mystery that surfaces just long enough to remind us how much of our planet's history remains locked beneath the ice, waiting for the right conditions to reveal itself once more. Disappearing islands of the Arctic. In 1707, a British whaling captain named Thomas Shepard recorded coordinates for a substantial landmass northeast of Spitsbergen. He sketched its coastline in meticulous detail, noting freshwater streams and what appeared to be vegetation along its southern shore. The island measured roughly 12 miles in length, rising from the Arctic Ocean like a granite fortress wrapped in morning mist. Shepard named it Gillis Land, after his deceased brother. He marked it clearly on his charts, filed his report with the Royal Geographic Society, and sailed home to Hull with a hold full of whale oil and the satisfaction of adding new territory to the maps of the world. The island was never seen again. This wasn't an isolated incident. Across 3 centuries of Arctic exploration, dozens of islands have appeared in logbooks, been charted by competent navigators, and then simply vanished. Not destroyed by storms or eroded by waves, but gone as if they never existed. The Arctic Ocean, it seems, practices a peculiar form of cartographic magic. The most documented case involves Sonnikov Land, first spotted in 1811 by Russian explorer Yakov Sonnikov from the shores of Kotelny Island. Through his telescope, Sonnikov observed what he described as extensive land covered with high mountains stretching northward beyond the horizon. The sighting was confirmed by multiple expeditions over the following decades. In 1886, Baron Eduard von Toll, a respected geologist, not only saw the mysterious landmass, but provided detailed sketches of its topography. Von Toll was no amateur. He had spent years mapping the Siberian coast and was known for his precision. His drawings showed distinct peaks and what appeared to be a substantial ice sheet. Russian authorities were sufficiently convinced to fund a major expedition in 1900, with von Toll leading a team of scientists aboard the ship Zarya. The expedition ended in tragedy. Von Toll and 3 companions disappeared while searching for the Phantom Island. Their bodies never recovered. The land they died trying to reach was never found. Dr. Marina Volkov, a modern Arctic researcher, spent 2 years analyzing historical accounts of vanishing islands. Her findings are unsettling. She documented 47 separate incidents where islands were observed, recorded, and subsequently declared non-existent by later expeditions. The witnesses weren't unreliable wanderers or desperate explorers seeing mirages in the ice. They included naval officers, government surveyors, and scientific expedition leaders. The consistency of these reports is what troubles me, Dr. Volkov noted in her 2019 paper. These men knew the difference between an ice floe and solid ground. They recorded geological details, measured distances, some even attempted to land. The phenomenon isn't confined to the distant past. In 1976, a Soviet icebreaker captain reported discovering an uncharted island approximately 200 miles north of Franz Josef Land. The crew photographed the landmass, which appeared to have exposed rock faces and distinctive twin peaks. When a follow-up expedition arrived 6 months later, they found only open water. Satellite imagery has added another layer to this mystery. In 1988, thermal sensors aboard a military satellite detected what appeared to be a landmass in the Beaufort Sea, showing temperature signatures consistent with exposed Earth rather than floating ice. The anomaly appeared on 3 consecutive passes over a 2-week period, then vanished. When oceanographic vessels investigated the coordinates, they recorded water depths of over 3,000 feet. Some researchers propose that these sightings represent sophisticated mirages, atmospheric phenomena unique to Arctic conditions, where layers of air at different temperatures can bend light in extraordinary ways. Dr. James Patterson, an atmospheric physicist at the University of Alaska, has demonstrated how under specific conditions, mirages can create the appearance of land where none exists. The Arctic atmosphere behaves unlike anywhere else on Earth, Patterson explains. Temperature inversions can project images of distant landmasses, even reflect geological features from hundreds of miles away. To an observer, these projections would appear completely solid and real. Yet this explanation fails to account for the most puzzling aspect of the disappearing islands, their consistency. Multiple witnesses, sometimes separated by decades, reported seeing identical geographical features in the same locations. Mirages, by their nature, are ephemeral and variable. They don't reproduce specific mountain ranges or coastline configurations across different atmospheric conditions and seasons. An alternative theory suggests these islands may actually exist, but remain hidden beneath shifting ice sheets. Arctic ice floes are in constant motion, driven by currents and seasonal changes. Small islands could theoretically become encased in ice for extended periods, appearing as solid ground when ice recedes, then vanishing again when new ice forms. However, this theory struggles with the calculated heights of some reported islands. Von Toll's Sonnekoff Land was described as having mountains rising several hundred feet above sea level. For such features to be completely obscured by ice would require ice sheets of impossible thickness for the recorded locations. The most intriguing possibility is that these islands represent temporary geological phenomena. The Arctic Ocean floor is seismically active, with underwater volcanic activity and shifting tectonic plates. Could underwater eruptions occasionally create temporary landmasses that subsequently sink back beneath the waves? Marine geologist Dr. Sarah Chen has studied underwater volcanic activity in Arctic regions. Her research reveals that the ocean floor in areas where phantom islands have been reported shows evidence of recent geological upheaval. Core samples from the seafloor contain volcanic debris that appears to be only decades or centuries old, not the millennia typically associated with stable geology. We're looking at a region where the Earth's crust is incredibly unstable, Chen observes. Underwater eruptions could theoretically build land masses rapidly, then equally rapidly be eroded away by waves and currents. The indigenous peoples of the Arctic have their own explanations. Inuit elders speak of islands that come and go with the spirits, places that exist only when the sea allows it. These aren't dismissed as folklore by some researchers, who note that oral traditions often preserve observations across generations with remarkable accuracy. Today, GPS technology and satellite monitoring make it nearly impossible for substantial land masses to appear and disappear unnoticed, Yet the historical record of vanishing Arctic islands remains unexplained. 47 documented cases of competent observers reporting land that subsequent expeditions could never locate. In the endless white expanse of the Arctic Ocean, where ice and water and sky blur together in perpetual twilight, the boundary between possible and impossible seems as fluid as the ice itself. Perhaps these phantom islands exist in that liminal space, appearing just long enough to remind us that even in our satellite-mapped world, mysteries remain. The coordinates for Gillis Land, Sannikov Land, and dozens of other phantom islands remain in historical archives, marked with precise latitude and longitude readings. They point to empty water now, but they represent something more profound than navigation errors or optical illusions. They represent the persistence of the unknown, floating somewhere beyond our certainty, visible just long enough to ensure we never stop looking. The puzzle of infinite snow mirrors in the endless white expanse of the Arctic, where the horizon dissolves into nothingness. Travelers have reported something that challenges everything we understand about light and perception. They speak of mirrors made from snow itself, infinite reflections stretching beyond what should be physically possible. Dr. Elena Vasquez first encountered this phenomenon during her glaciology research in northern Greenland in 2019. She was documenting ice density measurements when the world around her suddenly multiplied. I looked up from my instruments and saw myself reflected not just once, but dozens of times, she recalls. Each reflection was perfect, crystal clear, extending in all directions like I was standing inside a hall of mirrors that had no walls. The scientific term for this is snow mirror refraction, though that clinical description hardly captures the profound disorientation it creates. Under specific atmospheric conditions, microscopic ice crystals in the air align in ways that shouldn't occur naturally, creating what researchers call infinite reflection corridors across seemingly flat terrain. What makes this phenomenon particularly puzzling is its selectivity. Not everyone sees these mirrors, even when standing in identical locations under similar conditions. Weather stations have recorded the exact atmospheric pressures, humidity levels, and temperature gradients present during documented occurrences, yet attempts to recreate the phenomenon artificially have consistently failed. The Inuit have known about these mirrors for centuries, calling them Sila's windows, a reference to their deity of weather and sky. Elder Joseph Konkuk from Kanuk describes them differently than Western observers. The ice shows you what is true, he explains. Not just what your eyes see, but what your spirit needs to see. Some traditional accounts suggest these mirrors don't just reflect the present, but glimpse other times entirely. This isn't mere folklore speaking. In 2021, atmospheric physicist Dr. Marcus Chen documented several instances where the reflected images appeared to show landscapes that didn't match the surrounding terrain. His photographs, verified by multiple independent sources, clearly show reflections of forests and rivers in an area where only ice existed for hundreds of miles in any direction. The physics should be straightforward. Light behaves predictably when it encounters ice crystals. We understand refraction, reflection, and atmospheric lensing. Yet the snow mirrors operate by rules that seem to bend these principles. The reflected images maintain perfect clarity across distances that should cause significant distortion. They appear and disappear with no correlation to observable changes in atmospheric conditions. Research teams from the Norwegian Institute for Polar Research have spent 3 consecutive winters attempting to map the occurrence patterns. Their findings reveal something even stranger than random appearances. The mirrors seem to manifest along specific geographic coordinates, following invisible pathways across the Arctic landscape. When these coordinates are plotted on maps, they form geometric patterns that some researchers hesitate to describe as natural. Dr. Sarah Lindquist, who leads the Institute's Atmospheric Anomaly Division, has documented over 40 separate mirror events. What troubles me most isn't what we're seeing, she admits. It's what the mirrors choose not to reflect. Sometimes people report seeing their own reflection, but not their companions standing directly beside them. Sometimes equipment appears in the reflections, but not the researchers operating it. The selectivity extends beyond visual perception. Infrared cameras often fail to detect any reflected heat signatures, even when human observers clearly see themselves reflected. Sound doesn't behave normally either. Shouts directed at the mirrors sometimes echo back, but frequently return as silence, or occasionally as sounds that weren't originally made. Traditional scientific instruments struggle to measure the mirrors directly. Light meters register normal readings when pointed at areas where observers report vivid reflections. Spectrographic analysis of the supposedly reflective surfaces shows standard snow composition with no unusual crystal structures. It's as if the phenomenon exists in a space that conventional science cannot quite reach. Local wildlife provides additional puzzles. Arctic foxes and caribou have been observed reacting to the mirrors in ways that suggest they see something different from what humans experience. Animals often approach areas where mirrors are active, then stop abruptly and begin behaviors typically associated with encountering other members of their species, though no other animals are visible to human observers. Some researchers theorize the mirrors result from quantum-scale interactions between ice crystals and electromagnetic fields generated by the Earth's magnetic pole region. The Arctic's unique position creates conditions where quantum effects might manifest on macroscopic scales, but this explanation raises as many questions as it answers, particularly regarding why the phenomenon appears selectively. The temporal aspects remain especially mysterious. Many observers report that reflected images seem to lag behind their movements by several seconds, or occasionally appear to anticipate actions before they're performed. Dr. Chen has documented instances where reflected movements preceded actual movements by measurable intervals, though peer review of this data continues. Recent expeditions have begun incorporating psychological evaluation alongside physical measurements. Preliminary results suggest that individuals with certain neurological patterns are more likely to experience the mirrors. Brain scans of frequent observers show unusual activity in regions associated with spatial processing and temporal perception, though whether this is cause or effect remains unclear. The mirrors appear most frequently during the polar night, when conventional lighting conditions should make any reflection phenomenon impossible. Yet observers consistently report perfect visibility within the reflected areas, as if the mirrors generate their own illumination. Photography during these events produces images that appear normally exposed, despite camera metadata showing settings appropriate for near-complete darkness. As research continues, the infinite snow mirrors remain one of the Arctic's most elegant mysteries. They exist at the intersection of physics and perception, challenging our understanding of both. In a landscape already defined by extremes, they remind us that even the most remote corners of our planet still hold secrets that science has yet to unlock. For those who have witnessed them, the mirrors leave an lasting impression that extends far beyond scientific curiosity. They represent questions that our instruments cannot yet measure, phenomena that exist just beyond the edge of our current understanding, waiting in the endless white silence of the Arctic. The Enigma of Sannikov Land. 3 separate expeditions set out to find an island that may never have existed, yet their detailed accounts describe the exact same coastline, the exact same mountain peaks, the exact same bays and inlets. Each explorer sketched maps, each recorded coordinates, each swore they had seen Sannikov Land rising from the Arctic ice. In 1811, a Russian explorer named Yakov Sannikov spotted something extraordinary while sledding across the frozen wasteland north of the New Siberian Islands. Through his telescope, beyond miles of white emptiness, he observed what appeared to be a substantial landmass, dark cliffs, defined ridgelines, the unmistakable silhouette of terrain that shouldn't exist in those coordinates according to every map of the region. Sannikov wasn't alone in his sighting. Matvey Gedenstrom, leading the same expedition, confirmed the observation. 2 experienced Arctic travelers, veterans of multiple polar missions, documenting an island that would consume the next century of exploration efforts. The Phantom Island received Sannikov's name and immediately became one of the Arctic's most compelling mysteries. Here was land that multiple witnesses claimed to see, detailed enough to sketch and map, yet seemingly impossible to reach. Baron Ferdinand von Wrangel mounted the first dedicated search in 1820. His expedition departed from the Siberian coast with detailed coordinates derived from Sannikov's original sightings. They traveled north across the pack ice, sledges loaded with provisions for an extended survey mission. Von Wrangel possessed extensive Arctic experience. His navigation skills were beyond question. His instruments were precise, After weeks of methodical searching across the coordinates where Sannikov land should exist, von Wrangel found nothing but open water and drifting ice. No coastline, no mountain peaks, no trace of the substantial landmass that had been so clearly observed and documented 9 years earlier. But von Wrangel's failure to locate the island didn't resolve the mystery. It deepened it, because during his search, several members of his expedition reported their own sightings of distant land, always on the horizon, always just beyond reach, always vanishing when approached directly. The phenomenon repeated itself across multiple subsequent expeditions. In 1886, American explorer George Washington DeLong, commanding the USS Jeannette, recorded sightings of what appeared to be Sannikov land from his vessel trapped in Arctic pack ice. His crew sketched the distant coastline. His officers took compass bearings. The ship's log contains detailed entries describing the apparent landmass. Yet when rescue expeditions later searched the coordinates recorded in DeLong's log, they found nothing. Dr. Eduard Toll, a Russian geologist, became perhaps the most obsessed pursuer of Sannikov land. In 1893, while exploring Bennett Island, Toll claimed to observe the Phantom Island through powerful field glasses. He described seeing not just coastline, but specific geological formations, sedimentary layers, exposed rock faces, details that suggested careful, extended observation rather than a brief glimpse of something ambiguous on the horizon. Toll's scientific credentials added significant weight to the sightings. This wasn't an untrained explorer mistaking ice formations for land. This was a geologist with extensive field experience, familiar with Arctic conditions, making detailed observations through quality optical equipment. In 1900, Toll convinced the Russian Academy of Sciences to fund a dedicated expedition to locate and survey Sannikov land. The mission, aboard the ship Zarya, represented the most systematic attempt to solve the mystery. Toll carried detailed charts, precise instruments, and sufficient provisions for extended exploration. The expedition lasted 3 years. Toll and his team crisscrossed the Laptev and East Siberian seas, methodically searching every coordinate where Sannikov land had been reported. They found numerous previously unknown islands. They made significant contributions to Arctic cartography, but they never located the substantial landmass that had been cited repeatedly for nearly a century. Toll himself vanished during the expedition. In 1902, he left base camp on Bennett Island with 3 companions, attempting to reach what he believed were the coordinates of Sannikov land. None of the 4 men returned. Search parties later found their final camp, but no trace of what happened to them. The scientific community gradually reached a consensus that Sannikov land was likely a persistent mirage. Arctic conditions can create remarkable optical illusions. Temperature inversions bend light in ways that project images of distant objects far beyond their actual positions. Ice formations can appear as solid land when viewed from specific angles under particular atmospheric conditions. This explanation accounts for why multiple observers might see similar coastlines in roughly the same location. It explains why the island always seemed to recede when approached. It provides a rational framework for understanding a phenomenon that otherwise defies geographic reality. But the mirage theory struggles with certain aspects of the sightings. The consistency of reported details across different expeditions, separated by decades, suggests something more specific than random atmospheric effects. The fact that experienced Arctic explorers, familiar with common optical illusions, continued to report distinct land features implies they observed something beyond typical ice mirages. Modern satellite imagery has comprehensively mapped the entire region where Sannikov land was reportedly sighted. No landmass exists in those coordinates. The ocean depths have been measured. The seafloor topography has been charted. If Sannikov land ever existed as a physical island, it has vanished completely. Yet historical accounts preserve detailed descriptions of its supposed geography. Maps exist showing its coastline. Navigation logs record specific compass bearings to its prominent features. The documentary evidence for Sannikov land is extensive, even if the land itself remains elusive. Some researchers have proposed that Sannikov land might have been a massive ice formation, persistent enough to appear solid and permanent to 19th century observers, but ultimately temporary. Arctic pack ice can create enormous pressure ridges and ice islands that persist for years or even decades before melting or breaking apart. This theory suggests that what explorers interpreted as a rocky island might have been an ice formation large enough and stable enough to appear as permanent land. Such formations could explain both the sightings and the eventual disappearance. The mystery of Sonnikov Land represents something profound about Arctic exploration. The challenge of distinguishing reality from illusion in an environment where both can appear equally compelling. In the white emptiness of the polar regions, the human mind searches desperately for landmarks, for signs of solid ground, for anything that breaks the monotony of endless ice and sky. Whether Sonnikov Land was ice, mirage, or something else entirely, it consumed the careers of multiple explorers and shaped the course of Arctic navigation for over a century. The Phantom Island remains a reminder that even in our satellite-mapped world, mysteries persist about what previous generations claimed to see in the Earth's most remote places. Valal Magnica craters, deep in the Yamal Peninsula, where reindeer herders have wandered the same paths for countless generations, the Earth itself began to explode. Without warning, without precedent, massive craters started appearing across the tundra, some large enough to swallow entire buildings. The locals call them Magnica, a name whispered with equal parts fascination and fear. The first documented appearance happened in July 2014. A helicopter pilot, conducting a routine supply run across the remote wilderness, spotted what he initially mistook for a massive meteorite impact. But meteorites leave distinctive signatures: scattered debris, compressed earth, traces of cosmic material. This crater held none of those markers. Instead, it presented something far stranger, a perfectly cylindrical hole in the permafrost, its walls smooth as if carved by some impossible machine, plunging down into darkness that swallowed their longest measuring ropes. Dr. Vasily Bogoyavlensky, a geologist from the Russian Academy of Sciences, led the first scientific expedition to what became known as Crater B1. Standing at its rim, he found himself staring into an abyss roughly 60 meters wide and over 200 meters deep. The precision unsettled him. Natural explosions create jagged, irregular cavities. Volcanic eruptions leave behind telltale mineral compositions. Underground gas blowouts scatter debris in predictable patterns. This crater defied every geological model in his repertoire. But B1 was just the beginning. Within months, satellite imagery revealed similar formations scattered across hundreds of square kilometers of previously undisturbed tundra. Each crater shared the same impossible characteristics: clean walls, cylindrical shapes, depths that seemed to follow no logical progression. Some measured barely 20 meters across. Others yawned open like wounds in the earth, spanning nearly 100 meters from rim to rim. The permafrost itself offered the first clue. Core samples revealed layers of ice that had remained frozen for thousands of years, suddenly interrupted by zones of complete thermal disruption. The ice hadn't melted gradually, it had been instantly vaporized, leaving behind cavities filled with an atmosphere unlike anything found elsewhere on Earth. Gas chromatography revealed methane concentrations hundreds of times higher than normal, mixed with trace compounds that matched no known geological processes. Reindeer herders began sharing stories their families had kept quiet for decades. Elder Nenyang Okoteto described tremors that preceded the crater formations, not the rolling motion of earthquakes, but sharp vertical jolts that seemed to originate from somewhere impossibly deep. His grandfather had spoken of similar disturbances in the 1940s, always in the same regions where craters would eventually appear. The herders had learned to move their animals away when the ground began what they called breathing, a subtle rise and fall of the earth that preceded the violent eruptions by weeks, sometimes months. Russian researchers established monitoring stations around active zones, deploying seismometers sensitive enough to detect microtremors miles below the surface. The data revealed something unprecedented: seismic activity originating from depths of over 8 kilometers, far below the permafrost, far below the known gas deposits, originating from layers of rock that geological surveys insisted remained completely stable. Dr. Elena Semenova, a specialist in Arctic hydrogeology, proposed the methane hydrate theory. Deep beneath the permafrost, she argued, massive deposits of frozen methane had begun destabilizing due to subtle temperature changes in the Earth's crust. When these hydrates decomposed rapidly, they could generate enough pressure to create explosive releases. Her calculations showed how underground gas pockets, building pressure over decades, might finally breach the surface with enough force to excavate crater-sized cavities. The theory explained the methane concentrations, accounted for the explosive force, and aligned with known permafrost dynamics. Research teams across 3 continents endorsed her conclusions. Academic journals published her papers. Government environmental agencies integrated her findings into climate change models. But the theory couldn't explain the geometric precision of the crater walls. Gas explosions create irregular cavities, not perfect cylinders. Underground pressure releases generate chaotic debris patterns, not the eerily clean excavations found at every Magnica site. Most troubling of all, Semenova's methane hydrate model predicted random scattered crater formation. Instead, the Magnica craters appeared to follow distinct linear patterns, as if following underground pathways connecting distant points across the peninsula. Satellite analysis revealed these pathways extended far beyond the immediate crater zones. Thermal imaging detected subtle temperature variations running in straight lines beneath the permafrost, connecting crater sites across distances of over 400 kilometers. The patterns resembled nothing in conventional geological literature. Not fault lines, not mineral veins, not underground river systems. Something was creating geometric networks deep below the surface. Networks that periodically released energy upward with enough force to blast through hundreds of meters of frozen earth. Local wildlife behavior added another layer of mystery. Reindeer herders reported their animals avoiding certain areas months before craters appeared, even when those areas contained the richest vegetation. Arctic foxes, normally fearless scavengers, exhibited similar avoidance patterns. Most puzzling of all, migratory birds altered their traditional flight paths to avoid airspace above future crater sites, sometimes deviating hundreds of kilometers from routes their species had followed for millennia. Ground-penetrating radar surveys detected vast hollow spaces extending beneath known crater sites. These caverns showed no signs of recent excavation, no evidence of explosive formation. Instead, they appeared ancient, their walls exhibiting mineral deposits that required centuries to form. The implication was staggering. The underground network existed long before the surface explosions, suggesting the craters were not random geological events, but carefully timed releases from a pre-existing subterranean system. The Magnica craters challenge our fundamental understanding of how the Earth behaves beneath our feet. They suggest processes occurring at depths and scales that our current geological models simply cannot accommodate. Each new crater that appears across the Yamal Peninsula represents another piece of evidence that something vast and systematic is operating beneath the Arctic, something that transforms theoretical impossibilities into physical reality with clockwork precision. The permafrost continues its ancient vigilance, holding secrets that stretch back through geological ages, but now it bears sudden wounds that speak of forces stirring in the deep places, forces that may have been waiting far longer than we dare to consider. The Phantom City of the Arctic. 3 explorers, separated by decades and thousands of miles across the Arctic, described the exact same impossible sight, a city of gleaming spires rising from the ice, visible for hours before vanishing without explanation. Each man sketched what he saw. Each drawing matched the others perfectly. The first sighting came in 1906, when Norwegian explorer Fridtjof Nansen documented what he called the Shadow City during his polar expedition. His journal entry, preserved in the Oslo Maritime Museum, describes towers of impossible height emerging from the frozen wasteland, their surfaces catching sunlight like polished metal. Nansen, a Nobel Peace Prize winner and respected scientist, sketched the structures with meticulous detail. He watched them for 3 hours before they dissolved into the Arctic haze. 43 years later, Soviet aviator Mikhail Petrov reported a similar phenomenon while flying a reconnaissance mission over the Laptev Sea. His radio transmission, recorded at the Arctic Meteorological Station on Bennett Island, described architectural structures of unknown origin present on ice shelf coordinates 78°14 CN, 103°42 E. Petrov circled the area twice, taking photographs that would later disappear from official records. His co-pilot, Sergei Volkov, corroborated every detail in his flight log. The third encounter occurred in 1987, when Canadian geologist Dr. Margaret Thompson witnessed the Phantom City during a climate research expedition near Ellesmere Island. Her team's equipment registered no anomalous readings. Their cameras captured only empty ice fields, yet all 4 expedition members observed the same structures Nansen had sketched 8 decades earlier. These accounts might easily be dismissed as Arctic mirages, psychological phenomena born from isolation and sensory deprivation. The Arctic's unique atmospheric conditions create spectacular illusions. Temperature inversions bend light in extraordinary ways, projecting images across vast distances, making distant mountains appear as floating castles, or transforming ice formations into elaborate cities. But the Phantom City defies conventional mirage explanations. Mirages typically last minutes, not hours. They distort existing features rather than creating entirely new ones. Most importantly, they don't appear identical to different observers separated by decades. The consistency across these independent sightings suggests something beyond atmospheric trickery. Dr. Elena Komarova, a researcher at the Arctic and Antarctic Research Institute in St. Petersburg, has spent 15 years investigating Phantom City reports. Her database contains 47 documented sightings spanning 1892 to 2019. Each report shares common elements. The structures appear during specific atmospheric conditions, always between local times of 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. They manifest most frequently during periods of unusual electromagnetic activity, and they're always observed from elevated positions or aircraft, never at ground level. The descriptions themselves hint at something extraordinary. Witnesses consistently report architecture unlike any known civilization. The structures appear crystalline, almost organic in their symmetry. They seem to grow from the ice rather than rest upon it. Several observers noted the absence of any visible foundations or supporting frameworks. The buildings simply exist, defying both gravity and engineering principles. Inuit oral traditions offer an intriguing parallel. The concept of Sela's mirror appears in stories told by elders across Greenland and northern Canada. Sela, the Inuit spirit of weather and sky, allegedly created windows in the air through which observers could glimpse other worlds. These stories predate Western exploration by centuries, yet they describe phenomena remarkably similar to modern Phantom City sightings. One particularly detailed account comes from Inuit hunter Tutu Alasi, recorded by anthropologist Kuhn Rasmussen during his 5th Thule expedition. Alasi described seeing the home of the spirits while hunting near what is now Koanaak, Greenland. His description matches the architectural details found in Nansen's sketches, despite Alasi having no contact with Western explorers. The electromagnetic connection adds another layer of mystery. Dr. Thompson's team measured unusual magnetic field fluctuations during their 1987 sighting. Similar anomalies appear in historical records from other encounters. The Phantom City seems to manifest during periods when the Earth's magnetic field experiences localized disturbances. These disturbances don't correlate with solar activity or known geomagnetic phenomena. Some researchers propose the Phantom City represents a form of temporal displacement, a visual echo from another time period. The Arctic's extreme conditions might create windows into the past, allowing observers to witness structures that once existed or perhaps will exist in the future. This hypothesis, while scientifically unproven, aligns with indigenous beliefs about the cyclical nature of time and the spirit world's occasional intersection with physical reality. Alternative theories suggest the Phantom City results from unknown geological processes. The Arctic contains massive underground chambers and cavern systems, many unexplored. Some scientists speculate these subterranean spaces might create optical effects when combined with specific atmospheric conditions. The theory remains unverified, as the extreme conditions make ground-penetrating surveys nearly impossible in areas where sightings occur. The most provocative explanation involves ancient civilizations. Archaeological evidence increasingly suggests human presence in the Arctic far earlier than previously thought. Recent discoveries in Siberia and northern Canada reveal sophisticated tool-making cultures dating back over 40,000 years. If an advanced civilization once inhabited the Arctic during warmer periods, their ruins might lie preserved beneath layers of ice and permafrost. The Phantom City might represent these ancient structures becoming visible through unknown mechanisms. Perhaps specific electromagnetic conditions temporarily reveal what lies hidden beneath the ice. Or maybe the visual phenomenon connects to quantum properties of crystalline ice formations, interacting with electromagnetic fields in ways science doesn't yet understand. Government interest in Phantom City sightings adds intrigue to the mystery. Declassified Soviet military documents reference Operation Mirage, a classified program investigating atmospheric anomalies with potential strategic applications in the Arctic. Similar programs allegedly operated within NATO countries during the Cold War. The extent and findings of these investigations remain classified. Modern satellite imaging has failed to capture the Phantom City, despite several attempts to photograph areas during reported sightings. This absence of digital evidence either suggests the phenomenon exists beyond the electromagnetic spectrum visible to conventional sensors, or it represents something far more subtle than current technology can detect. The Phantom City endures as one of the Arctic's most enigmatic mysteries. Each new sighting adds details while deepening the questions. Somewhere in the vast expanse of ice and sky, between the possible and impossible, an ancient secret waits for explanation. Vanished tribes of the North. In 1902, anthropologist Vilhjalmur Stefansson encountered something that would haunt ethnographic records for over a century. Deep within the Canadian Arctic, he found abandoned settlements so perfectly preserved that meals still sat frozen on makeshift tables, yet not a single person remained to explain where an entire people had gone. The Sadlermiut were the last known inhabitants of Southampton Island, a wind-carved landmass in Hudson Bay where winter temperatures plunged to 40 below zero. For generations, they had thrived in one of Earth's most unforgiving environments, developing hunting techniques so sophisticated that early explorers described them as almost supernatural in their efficiency. They carved tools from walrus ivory with precision that rivaled modern instruments. They built homes from whale bones and sod that could withstand Arctic storms for decades. Then, sometime between 1896 and 1902, they simply vanished. When the whaling ship Active arrived at Southampton Island in 1896, Captain George Comer documented a thriving community of nearly 60 people. The Sadlermiut traded with his crew, shared their knowledge of ice navigation, and demonstrated seal hunting methods that had been passed down through countless generations. Comer's detailed photographs show healthy families, children playing in the snow, elders crafting intricate sculptures from stone and bone. 6 years later, Stefansson found only silence. The official explanation points to disease, European contact bringing influenza or typhus to a population with no immunity. It's a tragic pattern repeated across the Arctic as outside contact disrupted indigenous communities. But the Sadlermiut disappearance carries details that don't align with typical disease patterns. No graves were found. In a culture that treated burial as sacred, that practiced elaborate funeral rites even in the harshest conditions, the complete absence of burial sites raises questions that epidemiologists struggle to answer. Dr. Margaret Blackwood of the Arctic Research Institute spent 3 seasons on Southampton Island in the 1980s, using ground-penetrating radar to search for burial evidence. Her team found nothing: no mass graves, no individual burials, no indication that people had died where they lived. The settlements themselves tell an even stranger story. Stefansson's expedition notes describe homes that appeared to have been abandoned suddenly, not gradually evacuated by a dying population. Personal belongings remained untouched. Hunting equipment lay organized and ready for use. Food stores were carefully preserved in traditional underground caches, suggesting people who planned to return. Most unsettling of all, no bodies were ever found. Not one. The Sadlermiut weren't alone in their mysterious fate. Across the circumpolar Arctic, indigenous communities have vanished with similar abruptness, leaving behind fragments of evidence that piece together into an unsettling pattern. In northern Siberia, the Yukagir people once occupied vast territories along the Kolyma River. Russian explorers in the 18th century described thriving settlements, complex trade networks, and a sophisticated oral tradition that preserved thousands of years of Arctic survival knowledge. The Yukagir developed unique fishing techniques adapted to rivers that froze 9 months of the year. They created portable shelters that could be assembled in winds that would flatten modern tents. By 1850, Entire Yukagir communities had disappeared from regions they'd inhabited for millennia. Soviet archaeologists in the 1930s found abandoned villages along the Kolyma, where personal artifacts lay scattered as if people had left in tremendous haste. Tools were abandoned mid-use. Food remained in cooking pots. Children's toys lay forgotten in the snow. Local Russian traders reported something even more puzzling. In several instances, Yukagir communities had vanished overnight during the brief Arctic summer, when travel conditions were optimal and food sources abundant. These weren't desperate winter evacuations driven by starvation or extreme weather. These were sudden departures that occurred when survival conditions were at their most favorable. The pattern repeats across the Arctic with disturbing consistency. In Greenland, the Dorset people dominated the eastern coast for over 2,000 years before vanishing around 1300 CE. Their disappearance preceded European contact by centuries, ruling out disease transmission. Archaeological evidence shows the Dorset were master hunters who had developed specialized tools for hunting seal through sea ice, techniques so effective that later Inuit populations adopted their methods. The last Dorset settlements show no signs of warfare, no indication of conquest by competing groups. Food sources remained abundant. Climate conditions were stable. Yet an entire culture, one that had successfully adapted to Arctic conditions for 2 millennia, simply ceased to exist. What makes these disappearances particularly compelling is how they defy conventional explanations for population collapse. Natural disasters leave geological evidence. Warfare leaves weapons, fortifications, signs of conflict. Disease leaves graves, disrupts social structures gradually. Climate change forces migration, not instantaneous abandonment. The vanished Arctic tribes show none of these markers. Dr. Elena Kharkov, who has spent 15 years studying abandoned Arctic settlements across northern Russia, describes a pattern she calls organized evacuation. The archaeological evidence suggests coordinated departures, not gradual population decline or sudden catastrophe. Personal belongings are often sorted and arranged, as if people carefully decided what to take and what to leave behind. In some sites, Kharkov's team has found evidence of deliberate concealment, traditional food caches buried deeper than necessary, as if meant to remain hidden for extended periods, sacred objects carefully wrapped and stored in locations that would protect them from weather damage for decades. But concealment from what? Protection against whom? The indigenous oral traditions that survive often contain references to the time when people went into the earth, or when the sky people called them north. These aren't clear historical accounts, but rather mythological frameworks that may preserve fragments of actual events. The Netsilik Inuit of northern Canada maintain stories about entire communities that walked into the Aurora Borealis during particularly intense displays, never to return. The tales describe people who received calling dreams that compelled them to travel toward the magnetic pole, abandoning everything they had built. Modern researchers approach such stories with appropriate skepticism, yet the archaeological record shows something was causing coordinated population movements during periods when survival demanded staying in established settlements. What could motivate entire communities to abandon successful adaptations to one of Earth's most challenging environments? The Arctic tribes that vanished had achieved something remarkable: sustainable cultures that thrived for centuries in conditions that challenge modern technology. They possessed knowledge, skills, and social structures perfectly adapted to their environment. Their disappearances represent losses that extend beyond simple population statistics. They took with them survival techniques, environmental knowledge, and cultural innovations that had required generations to develop. In the endless Arctic twilight, their absence echoes like a question we're still learning how to ask. Shrinking Siberian lakes. Satellite imagery from 2019 revealed something that shouldn't be happening, according to our understanding of Arctic hydrology. Across the vast Siberian wilderness, thousands of lakes that had existed for millennia began disappearing at rates that defied every climate model scientists had developed. These weren't small seasonal ponds drying up during summer months. We're talking about substantial bodies of water, some spanning several square kilometers, that had been mapped and monitored for decades simply vanishing. Within the span of just a few years, satellite photographs showed empty depressions where deep, permanent lakes once reflected the endless Siberian sky. Dr. Elena Marchenko, a hydrologist at Moscow State University, first noticed the anomaly while reviewing routine satellite data. She was tracking permafrost changes across the Yamal Peninsula when she stumbled upon something that made her question whether she was looking at the correct coordinates. Lakes that appeared in images from 2015 were completely absent by 2018, not partially dried up, not reduced in size, gone entirely. When research teams finally reached some of these locations on foot, they found perfectly preserved lake beds with no obvious drainage channels, no signs of catastrophic emptying, no geological disturbances that might explain such rapid water loss. The sediment layers told stories of thousands of years of continuous water presence, right up until they simply stopped. The conventional explanation points to climate change and permafrost degradation. As global temperatures rise, the theory goes, the permanently frozen ground beneath these lakes begins to thaw, creating underground drainage pathways that allow the water to seep away into deeper soil layers. It's a reasonable hypothesis that fits with our broader understanding of Arctic environmental changes, but the numbers don't quite add up. Computer models based on current warming trends suggest this type of lake drainage should be happening gradually over decades, not disappearing completely within 2 or 3 seasons. The speed of these disappearances outpaces even the most aggressive climate projections by factors of 10 or more. Local Nenets herders, whose families have traversed these lands for generations, describe the phenomenon in terms that atmospheric scientists struggle to categorize. They speak of lakes that breathe away during certain winter months, leaving behind circular depressions that smell faintly of something they can't quite identify. Not decay, they insist. Something else. Something mineral and sharp, like the air before lightning strikes. Ground-penetrating radar surveys of the empty lake beds reveal another puzzle. Instead of finding the expected underground water channels or collapsed permafrost cavities, researchers discovered what appear to be perfectly intact geological formations beneath the former lakes. The permafrost layer shows no signs of the thermal degradation that should be present if gradual warming caused the drainage. Even more confusing, some lakes have disappeared and then reappeared years later, filled with water that chemical analysis suggests isn't quite the same composition as the original lake water. The mineral content differs in ways that imply the new water originated from much deeper underground sources, possibly from aquifers that exist hundreds of meters below the surface. Temperature measurements from the refilled lakes show thermal properties that don't match the surrounding environment. While nearby bodies of water freeze solid during Siberian winters, some of these mysteriously reformed lakes maintain liquid water at depths that should freeze under normal circumstances. The water isn't warm exactly, but it resists ice formation in ways that thermal dynamics can't fully explain. Microbiological samples from these lakes reveal another layer of strangeness. The water contains bacterial communities that typically exist in deep ocean hydrothermal vents or in underground cave systems, far removed from surface water ecosystems. How these specific microorganisms arrived in shallow Arctic lakes remains an open question that marine biologists haven't been able to answer satisfactorily. Some researchers have begun investigating whether seismic activity might play a role. The Siberian region experiences frequent minor earthquakes, usually too small to notice without sensitive instruments. These microseismic events might create temporary underground pathways that allow rapid drainage, then seal themselves again through geological processes. It's an intriguing theory, but seismic monitoring hasn't shown any correlation between earthquake activity and lake disappearances. The indigenous knowledge keepers speak of patterns their ancestors observed but never fully understood. Stories passed down through oral traditions describe cycles of land and water that follow rhythms longer than human memory. Lakes that come and go according to movements deep beneath the earth, connected to forces that operate on geological timescales rather than human ones. What makes this phenomenon particularly unsettling is its apparent selectivity. Not all lakes in affected regions are disappearing. Some bodies of water remain perfectly stable, while others nearby vanish without obvious environmental differences that might explain the disparity. Researchers have found no consistent patterns related to depth, size, surrounding vegetation, or proximity to human activity. Isotope analysis of the missing water might provide clues, but you can't analyze water that's no longer there. Scientists have resorted to studying mineral deposits left behind in the lake beds, looking for chemical signatures that might indicate where the water went. So far, these investigations have raised more questions than answers about underground water movement in permafrost regions. The phenomenon extends beyond simple environmental curiosity. These disappearing lakes have supported local ecosystems for thousands of years. Their sudden absence creates ecological disruptions that ripple through food chains in ways that wildlife biologists are still documenting. Migratory birds arrive to find empty depressions where they expected nesting grounds. Arctic fish populations fluctuate in patterns that don't align with typical environmental variables. As global attention focuses on melting ice caps and rising sea levels, these vanishing Siberian lakes represent a different category of Arctic mystery. They suggest that our understanding of water cycles in extreme environments might be incomplete, that forces we haven't fully identified could be reshaping landscapes in ways our current scientific models don't predict. The lakes continue disappearing, appearing, and disappearing again according to patterns that remain largely invisible to modern monitoring techniques. Each satellite pass reveals new gaps in the landscape, new questions about what lies beneath the surface of one of Earth's most remote and least understood regions. Echoing towers of ice, deep within the Arctic's shifting labyrinth of ice and water, researchers began documenting something that challenged every assumption about these ancient frozen monuments. The towering icebergs, some reaching heights that dwarf city skyscrapers, were singing. Not metaphorically, literally producing sounds that range from haunting melodic tones to deep resonant hums that carry for miles across the empty polar landscape. These acoustic phenomena, captured on sensitive recording equipment, reveal frequencies both beautiful and unsettling, sounds that seem to emerge from the very soul of the ice itself. Dr. Elena Marchetti first encountered these mysterious vocalizations during a 2019 expedition near Greenland's eastern coast. Her team had positioned hydrophones beneath a cluster of cathedral-sized icebergs to monitor marine life patterns. What they recorded instead defied immediate explanation. The sounds were unlike anything in our database, Marchetti later reported to the International Glaciology Institute. We heard sustained tones, almost musical in nature, punctuated by what could only be described as whispers or breathing patterns. The acoustic signature suggested something far more complex than simple ice cracking. The recordings revealed layers of sound existing at frequencies both above and below human hearing range. When the subsonic elements were shifted into audible frequencies, they produced an otherworldly symphony, deep bass notes that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of something alive, accompanied by higher-pitched harmonics that resembled wind instruments, or even human voices calling across vast distances. Traditional science offers several explanations for these phenomena. As icebergs drift through varying water temperatures and pressures, their massive structures undergo constant stress. Internal fractures develop and expand, creating resonance chambers within the ice. Wind passing through these cavities could theoretically generate tonal sounds, much like air moving through organ pipes. Thermal expansion and contraction, as the sun heats different surfaces throughout the Arctic's brief summer, could explain some of the rhythmic patterns. The movement of trapped air bubbles, formed when snow compressed into ice thousands of years ago, might account for the breathing-like qualities that researchers consistently observe. Yet these conventional explanations struggle to address the full complexity of what's being recorded. The sounds display patterns that suggest structure, even intentionality. Certain tonal sequences repeat across different icebergs, separated by hundreds of miles. Some recordings capture what appear to be call and response patterns between distant ice formations, as though these frozen giants are communicating across the polar wilderness. Dr. James Kowalski, an acoustic engineer who has analyzed dozens of iceberg recordings, points to anomalies that resist easy categorization. We're seeing harmonic relationships that shouldn't exist in random natural phenomena, he notes. The mathematical ratios between certain frequencies match musical intervals found in human compositions. That's either an extraordinary coincidence, or we're dealing with acoustic principles we don't yet understand. The most compelling recordings come from the largest icebergs, those massive tabular formations that break away from Antarctic ice shelves and drift northward over decades. These floating ice islands, some larger than small countries, produce the most complex soundscapes. Their voices carry a depth and richness that smaller bergs cannot match, as though size correlates directly with vocal sophistication. Inuit communities have known about singing ice for generations. Their oral traditions speak of ice spirits that call to travelers, sometimes guiding them to safety, other times leading them astray. Elder Nuka Siku from Qaanaaq, Greenland, recalls stories passed down through her family about ice formations that would warn of changing weather patterns through distinctive sound patterns. "My grandfather taught me to listen to the ice," Siku explains. "Different sounds mean different things. The low moaning warns of storms coming. The high singing means the ice is moving, shifting. But sometimes, late at night when the Aurora dances, the ice speaks in voices we cannot understand." Modern acoustic analysis has begun to identify correlations between these sound patterns and environmental changes. Certain tonal qualities appear consistently before major calving events, when massive sections of ice break away from glaciers or larger bergs. Other frequencies seem to predict shifts in ocean currents or approaching weather systems. This has led some researchers to speculate that the sounds represent a form of environmental communication, the ice responding to and broadcasting information about conditions throughout the polar region. The acoustic properties of ice and water create an ideal medium for long-distance sound transmission, potentially allowing icebergs to function as components in a vast frozen communication network. The timing of these vocalizations adds another layer of mystery. While some sounds occur continuously, the most dramatic and musical vocalizations tend to happen during specific conditions, during the Aurora Borealis displays, at particular tidal phases, or during magnetic storms. This correlation suggests the ice might be responding to electromagnetic phenomena in ways that science is only beginning to comprehend. Recent expeditions have documented icebergs that fall silent when approached by ships or aircraft, only to resume their vocalizations after the human presence departs. This apparent sensitivity to observation raises questions about whether these acoustic phenomena represent a form of consciousness or awareness that exists within the ice itself. The challenge of studying these sounds lies partly in the extreme conditions of their environment. Recording equipment must survive temperatures that can drop below -40 degrees Fahrenheit, while salt water and constant motion threaten delicate instruments. Many of the most intriguing recordings have been captured accidentally by researchers investigating completely different phenomena. As climate change accelerates the melting and movement of Arctic ice, these acoustic mysteries are becoming more frequent and more varied. Newly calved icebergs seem to produce different sound patterns than their ancient counterparts, suggesting that age, composition, or formation history might influence their vocal characteristics. The singing icebergs of the Arctic continue to challenge our understanding of the physical world. Whether their voices emerge from purely mechanical processes or represent something more profound, they remind us that even in Earth's most desolate regions, mysteries persist that science has yet to fully explain. In the endless twilight of the polar regions, these frozen towers continue their ancient songs, calling across the ice to listeners who are only just beginning to understand their haunting melodies. Ethereal Arctic sea smoke. When the temperature difference between Arctic waters and the air above reaches 40 degrees or more, something extraordinary begins to happen. Steam rises from the ocean's surface in ghostly tendrils, creating what meteorologists call sea smoke. But those clinical words barely capture what unfolds before your eyes. The phenomenon appears most dramatically during the deepest cold of Arctic winter, when open water meets air so frigid it seems to steal the breath from your lungs. The ocean, relatively warm at perhaps 32 degrees Fahrenheit, releases its heat into atmosphere that might hover at -20 or 30 below. The collision of these temperatures births something that looks almost supernatural. Dr. Elena Vasquez, a climatologist who spent 3 winters documenting Arctic weather patterns, described her first encounter with extensive sea smoke off the coast of northern Alaska. The morning began clear, with visibility stretching for miles across the Beaufort Sea. Then, as if summoned by some ancient Arctic spirit, wisps began rising from patches of open water between ice floes. Within an hour, what started as delicate tendrils had transformed into towering columns of vapor, some reaching hundreds of feet into the air. The sea smoke moved with the wind currents, flowing like liquid mercury across the water's surface, obscuring islands and ice formations that had been clearly visible moments before. Vasquez noted that the phenomenon created its own microclimate, with the rising moisture sometimes forming ice crystals that fell back to the ocean like snow. The physics behind sea smoke involves rapid evaporation and condensation. When relatively warm water meets extremely cold air, the water molecules at the surface gain enough energy to escape into vapor form. But the frigid air can hold very little moisture, so the vapor immediately condenses into tiny droplets suspended in the atmosphere. The result is a fog that seems to grow from the water itself, rising and swirling with an almost hypnotic quality. What makes Arctic sea smoke particularly mysterious is how it can appear and disappear with startling suddenness. Maritime logs from early polar explorers describe encountering walls of sea smoke that reduced visibility to mere feet, only to have the phenomenon vanish within minutes as wind patterns shifted or temperatures changed. Some accounts tell of ships becoming completely enveloped, with crew members reporting an eerie silence as the vapor muffled sound and created a sense of complete isolation from the world. Captain James Morrison, who commanded supply vessels to Arctic research stations for over 2 decades, kept detailed records of sea smoke encounters. His logs reveal patterns that still puzzle meteorologists. Morrison noted that sea smoke often appeared in specific locations repeatedly, suggesting that underwater currents or seafloor topography might influence its formation. Certain bays and channels seemed particularly prone to producing dramatic displays, while adjacent waters remained clear. More intriguingly, Morrison documented instances where sea smoke appeared to persist far longer than atmospheric conditions should have allowed. In one entry from 2003, he described sea smoke that continued rising from the same patch of water for over 6 hours, despite wind speeds that should have dispersed the phenomenon within minutes. When the research vessel's crew lowered temperature probes into the area, they found water temperatures several degrees warmer than surrounding areas, with no apparent explanation for the heat source. Indigenous communities across the Arctic have long recognized sea smoke as more than a simple weather phenomenon. Inuit elders speak of the vapor as breath from sleeping whales, or steam from underwater hot springs, where spirits gather. These traditional explanations, while metaphorical, sometimes point toward physical realities that modern science is only beginning to understand. Recent studies using thermal imaging satellites have revealed that many areas prone to persistent sea smoke sit above underwater geological features. Submarine ridges, deep ocean trenches, and areas with high volcanic activity often correlate with locations where sea smoke appears frequently and unpredictably. The connection suggests that geothermal activity beneath the ocean floor might influence water temperatures in ways that create ideal conditions for sea smoke formation. The visual impact of Arctic sea smoke defies adequate description. The vapor doesn't rise straight up like smoke from a fire, but moves in flowing organic patterns that seem almost alive. Photographers who have captured the phenomenon describe how the sea smoke creates layers of visibility, with the base of the columns obscured while their tops remain clearly defined against the Arctic sky. The effect can make the ocean appear to be boiling, with waves and ice formations materializing and disappearing like mirages. Dr. Sarah Chen, an atmospheric physicist studying Arctic weather patterns, has documented how sea smoke can create its own weather systems. As the vapor rises and condenses, it releases heat into the atmosphere, sometimes triggering localized snow squalls or ice crystal formations. These micro-weather events can persist for hours after the original sea smoke has dissipated, creating conditions that seem disconnected from the broader atmospheric patterns in the region. Perhaps most mysteriously, several research teams have reported instances where sea smoke appeared over solid ice, far from any open water. These sightings, documented with both photography and thermal imaging, show vapor rising from what appears to be frozen sea ice. When researchers investigated these locations, they sometimes found hairline cracks in the ice that allowed small amounts of warmer water to reach the surface, but other instances showed no obvious source for the phenomenon. The study of Arctic sea smoke has become increasingly important as climate change alters polar weather patterns. Warmer ocean temperatures and changing ice coverage are creating new areas where sea smoke can form, while potentially eliminating traditional locations where the phenomenon has been observed for centuries. Scientists worry that these changes might affect local weather patterns in ways that aren't yet understood. For those fortunate enough to witness extensive Arctic sea smoke, the experience often becomes a defining moment. The combination of extreme cold, otherworldly visibility conditions, and the raw beauty of vapor rising from dark water creates something that feels both scientifically fascinating and deeply